before we start officially.
Recording stopped.
Order, comrade.
Before we start
SG
officially,
speaking now.
before we start,
Recording stopped.
Order, comrade.
before we start
SG
officially,
speaking now.
before we start, we are going to create a resolution committee. So I'm gonna need all the provincial secretaries to work with me. Note whatever, starting from this morning until afternoon, so that in between we can go out and meet and craft the resolutions. We don't want to come up with resolutions from our heads. We need to, our resolutions must reflect what you said, not our inspirations. And the second point I want to make is that yesterday I've made a statement here that you are broke when you are at the airport. I want to withdraw that statement. I was joking. I'm told that some comrades took that very serious. So I apologize unconditionally. Thank you so much.
Apology accepted, even we didn't take it serious. We know that we were joking.
Secretaries, you'll assist when it comes to this table. You'll come and occupy here so that we create that very vibrant secretariat. So bring your computers. Do you have a computer?
Okay.
No.
Now it's announced. Bashonesho sicela ukuthi nehlisele ama-mic ahlale at least abe flat. Siyacela kakhulu. Yes, siyacela ukuthi ehlise ama-mic ahlale flat. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, bashonesho siyacela ukuthi ama-mic ahlale flat. Thank you so much.
Chona malanga, 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 sesizodibana, udibana nge dibana ngemtshata kwi-society. Chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga, sesizodibana, udibana ngemtshata ekuhlaleni, sesizodibana, udibana ngemtshata ekuhlaleni. Chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga, sesizodibana, udibana ngemtshata ekuhlaleni. Chona malanga, chona malanga, chona. Kudibana ngemen's chati kuhlaleni sesizo. Kudibana ngemen's chati kuhlaleni chona malanga. Chona malanga, chona malanga, chona malanga. Chona malanga,
Chona malanga chona
sesizo kudibana,
kudibana Women's Chate Parlamente
sesizo
Divana Women's Chate Parlamente
chona malanga. Chona, 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 chona
Malanga Chona
malanga.
Chona
Chona, chona,
Chona Malanga Chona
sesizo
Divana Women's Chate Parlamente
sesizo
Divana Women's Chate Parlamente
chona malanga.
Chona Malanga Chona
Malanga.
Chona
Chona,
Malanga Chona
Gio Magirilla. Gio, mama. Gio. Next.
Amazumelusi
Zubabawa.
Yamazubabawa
Zumelo.
Yamazumelusi
Babawa.
Oh Yamazubabawa Uyelo sihola yo Uyelo sihola yo Uyelo sihola yo Uye
Free State. Yeah, comrades. There was a song that used to be sung by the late Patrick Shai.
Shebeleza Congo Saye Shaye u Congo Shebele
Ekuseni
Shebeleza
njalo
Shebeleza Congo
Ai Congo mame Congo
Saye
kumama
Saye u Congo
Ai Congo mame
Saye
Congo
Saye
zanjalo
Saye u Congo
Asishebele zanjalo
Shebele
Ekuseni
Shebele
mama
Shebeleza Congo
Asishebele zanjalo
Shebele
Ekuseni
Shebeleza Ama 2K phandle
Members of Parliament, I want to rise on a point of privilege.
Granted sir
When we sing, Let us all stand up and sing. Can Free State come up with a song? I'll direct the singing from here. Free State?
Eastern Cape is always ready.
Eastern Cape?
Yeah. Ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa indoda ayihluleki ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa ithi senze bawo sekusebenzele esisesemhlane sisenze bawo sikusebenzele esisesemhlane athi indoda ayihluleki ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa. Comrades,
Right.
can we sing this song?
Sorry. I'm in charge. Wait.
Let me finish. You are in charge, Leadership. You are in charge. No. You are in charge. Can you give
define my mandate, comrade?
Wait, Leadership. Wait. This song was sang by the late Patrick Shai. He taught us the song. We were in Willowvale. Comrade Jas, you will remember. We were in Willowvale, and and within no space of time he left us. And when he sang this song, he wanted to show that amadoda ogwenyana wahlulwanto, they don't take matters into their own hands. Amadoda ogwenyana ngabakhuseli. And he said, ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lundoda iluleha ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho ayihlulwa luthwindo ayihlulwa lutho. From Cape to Cairo.
Okay, Mpumalanga.
Do you know Azania?
Come Mpumalanga. No, Mpumalanga come. You can't be a complaining province. Come and sing a song as well in Mpumalanga. Limpopo. Limpopo. Okay. Okay, I will sing a song on behalf of Northern Cape and the Western Cape. The song goes like this: Lay May.
Let someone from Northern Cape.
I'm in charge here. No, I'm in charge. I'm in charge. Lay May.
You are the chair of this session, so don't sing. Ask them. Northern Cape.
Can I have the officers to remove this guy from the chamber? Lay May. Yere lay May, yere lay May. Lay May na die waters. Waar daar is, soos 'n boom geplant, soos 'n boom wat geplant met die waterstrome, van sy vrugte gee aan Jesus. Op die reg. I see you guys here.
Come.
You guys here, you are not singing with me. You are just sitting there. You must stand up and sing with me. If you don't know the words, just stand up and clap your hands. Lay me. Yere lay me, yere lay me.
Socialism indalam dalam yaqalwa. Socialism indalam dalam yaqalwa. Wazanga. Uzunga.
Doctor, I'll check if the people will overflow. They can come here.
In the socialism.
I like this one. I like it. Can sit now.
Ngosi sigele li Afrika malu paramisu pondolwayo izwa imita Ndazo yetu ngosi siyelela China lusapho lwayo Murena buluga sishara sa Yesu Uferise dinza limasire ewo usibuluke usibuluke sishabasa Afrika yithi makulenjalo kutengube gunapakate kutengube gunapakate
South African idols.
Ngosi sigelela matota alape Afrika Ngosi sigelela matota alape Afrika Jalo kutengube gunapakate. Yeah, it was for the men's. Yeah, it was for the men's. Oh, I mean the men. Yeah. Good George, Gello. Good George, lo. Ilwimi likaGeorge.
Bayoyika Oliver Tambo Yababona bayoyika Oliver Tambo Tumamina kula mapuchwa Oliver Tambo Tumamina kula mapuchwa Oliver Tambo Yababona bayoyika Oliver Tambo Yababona bayoyika
Umamina.
Oliver Tambo
Umamina.
kula mapuchwa
Umamina.
Oliver Tambo Tumamina kula mapuchwa
Umamina. Umamina. Ina umami ina umami umami na umami umami na
Viva men sector viva
viva
phansi ke GBV phansi phansi ke femicide phansi phansi ngowaluz phansi waluz waluz
asinalo asinamali asinama limali mali 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 mali
Ngokuphelele nayo ebangela basikale singenamali ngoba iminyango asiyivuli siyayivala ngale ngoba
Sorry, last announcement. Sorry, last announcement. Leadership, another announcement. Apologies. I'm told that principals will be here 10:15. So, kune delay a bit. Deputy chairperson of the NCOP, she'll be here after 10. She'll be chairing this meeting, not virtual. She'll be here. So you can, for now, exchange. I know you don't have business cards, but you can exchange. Comrades. Comrades, I'm thinking ngawalusi. Nisixole kanjani, sixole kanjani. Walusi ephuma ngeparole. Nisixole kanjani. Walusi ephuma ngeparole.
Did you see the riots happening now in the Concord? They've broken another window this morning.
Nisixole kanjani walusi.
Yolingonyama, yolingonyama, yingisahlule baphemi yolingonyama. Yo.
Parliament yonke. The whole parliament.
Amadoda hayi andifuna ungayitsho hayi niyaswenka ma
Utshilo uhlalo wathi masimama.
hayi niyaswenka madoda hayi andifuna unganincoma nale ibenxibe umbhaco ibinxibe ilokhwe izolo phakathi ugodolayo amasende
But they said that song is right. Parliamentary. So we can sing it here. The Concord helped us. But his mom must go back to jail. They're singing a lot. Sure.
haya maneva
Oh, yeah,
Even if they kill our women, we are going there. Even if they murder our dear children, boys and girls, young women, but we are going to make an impact. We are here to make an impact. We are here to speak against GBV, against women and children. So we cannot be quiet. That's why we are saying, China Siaya.
Siyaya noma kuphi. Siyaya. Siyaya. Amadoda ayekhona emzabala emzabalazwe. Amadoda ayekhona emzabalazwe. Emzabalazwe.
Emsabalase.
Amasha. Amasha. Mathemba. Amandla. Amandla. Long live men, long live. Long live young people, long live. Long live boys, long live. Panther with false accusations, Panther. Panther with false accusations, Panther. We will see the day when men have ceased to be accused of rape, have not raped. We are yet to see that day coming. Only if men in this parliament and men in this house today, this afternoon, take a stance and say, never in my name shall it indeed happen ever again. We will continue mourning the death of that young man in Mpumalanga. We will continue calling upon the courts to do what is right against false accusations. Until that day comes that that young woman is arrested and charged, we will not rest. That's why we start acting as men and say, enough is enough. Amandla! Amandla! Asele namanzi. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. To Madagascar.
It is the parliament. Atene socialism. Sabantu namuntu aphathe umhlaba eyedwa. Wipha.
Brief announcement. The principals, our principals have requested we are all here on time, but our principal has requested that we give them a few more minutes. There are those that are still going to join us, but specifically the presiding officer is requesting that we give her about 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes. So we're gonna start exactly at 10:30. But we are not necessarily, we're going to use this time productively. We're going to use this time productively, so we are not losing the time. And it's not a crisis. It's not a crisis, colleagues. The starting point, which is quite important, remember when the meeting adjourns, we all just leave. And there may be a few people who still have got outstanding issues. So that's where we're going to start. Don't worry, colleagues, this session we requested that is not broadcasted.
So it's off the line. The broadcasting is only going to start at 10:30. So in terms of your logistics, particularly those that are flying, those are the most critical. I'm raising it because those that are on ground transport, it's just, no one is going to be left behind. So myself and Jassy will be outside here. So all those who are flying, if you don't have your flight details or anything around that, please just meet us outside and then we will make space to go sort that out because that's going to be the urgent point. And those that are going to the airport who have got their flight details but transport to the airport, there will be Mr. Krill. He'll also be with us when we finish. So let's all just convene outside, just where you entered, so that we all live in unison. So anyone who's going to the airport, please, we must go together. So please also, whoever's not here, just contact them in your groups to make them aware that we are all meeting outside so that we live together to the airport. In terms of the ones that are on ground transport, your first point of call is your respected groups that you've created. So please use those to connect yourselves. We're not expecting any miscommunication, and I'm sure it's very clear. But whoever individually, for whatever, does not have answers, your first point of contact are your provincial secretaries. So your provincial secretaries, oh, is it on now? Your provincial secretaries will be the individuals that will be your first point of contact, and then they will communicate with us with us. You will communicate with us through them. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm raising it because the communication must also go back. So it won't help to come directly to JAS. If it's a province, because your secretary must also be aware of whatever challenge. And we want to make sure that that communication is well coordinated. But the ground transport, I am certain that everything will be smooth. In terms of the colleagues that were not here, we are just also going to use this session to do brief overview, and then just for some of the issues that can be just engaged briefly. It's not the formal debate per se, but it's just discussing some of the lingering. You'll remember yesterday, there were some cuts that were done because we didn't have sufficient time. So we'll use this time just to have that brief engagement. And I'm gonna put you on the spot, Mr. Kandlela, just to give us that brief overview, not the entire list, but from the debates yesterday, just some of the highlights, 2-3 things that we discussed, and then we can take some hands and just finish those who didn't get a chance to speak, but wanted to speak. So we'll use that time for that. But I would like to apologize on our behalf of our principals. It wasn't intentional, the flight was delayed. And we don't want to start without the speaker. It was just a delay in flight. Where's Bu? You know your airport in Kimberley. Yeah, it's the taxi rank, yeah? Yeah. So yeah, the flight was slightly delayed, but she's en route. She's landing now. It's just that getting to the airport to here is with the traffic is a challenge. So we'll start exactly at 10:30. Yeah.
Of the letter that is roving around Santaco. Last night, buses were bent up a Khayelitsha. If we to go to safe, why we will use that.
Yeah, no. I'm safe. In South Africa, I don't know. The last time I checked, we had over 200 strikes a day. in South Africa. Or I could be wrong. Somebody will check that. Is strike into Z to South Africa. It's not something that fascinates us. But the strike is local, colleagues. The people on ground transport, almost all of them, you're going using the highways. So you're total. The only people that were affected by the strike were the metro colleagues. That's one. But the second thing is that, and I do appreciate the issue of the danger. It is true always, especially with the transportation space. You are correct. But I think the types of vehicles we're using as well, they do assist a little bit. It's not your buses or your quantums. Yeah. So it's the likelihood is very low. Yeah. So I don't think that's the issue we need to overemphasize. But most people, in fact, all people are coming from provinces. After we finish, we're going to have lunch at the same place that we did. So that is where we're expecting people to convene, organize themselves in terms of how they're living. We won't interfere too much with your ground travel arrangement. There you'll arrange yourselves. It's more the airport people that we want to meet immediately before we go to lunch, because we need to make sure that we are all on the same page. Because otherwise, once people start eating, then we to convene us is very difficult. Yeah, Mr. Sam? After Mr. Sam, then I'll just facilitate. Okay,
Sorry,
one
Chair.
more hand as you come.
Sorry, Chair.
All right. Starting this side, then.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. I just want to view my concern regarding the time and also the starting time. I think we were so punctual, like you indicated, and we are being let down by the political principles. So it will also affect some of us in the afternoon. You will remember that others booked their flight according to the program. So we humbly request that when they come here, you advise that they must stick on time. If the program says we must finish at 1, we must finish at 1 exactly. So this time wasted should be the other way around, be readjusted within the program. So as speakers from the council, we must also consider that. Otherwise, some of us will leave before we finish so that we are able to get our flights in time. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check whether that gallery on top may not be used as an alternative for the people who are in an overflow hall, because that gallery is more better than the hall that is adjacent to us. Will we use it?
No, thank you. Maybe starting with the issue on the gallery, the short answer is no. But it was discussed during the planning, and there is a structural issue that makes this area inaccessible. The people who work safety, what protocol, so we can't use it. So the same, that's why yesterday there were those that were using the S12 room, but today it's booked for a meeting. So we just had to shift the excess numbers to the other room. We will certainly do our level best to finish at 1. Fortunately, the people that are flying most people are on ground transport. So that crisis is not a collective crisis. It's a Gauteng crisis, it's a KZN crisis, it's partly a Eastern Cape crisis. The rest of us are on the ground. So we don't have that crisis. So it's a specific crisis. So if there is pressure to leave, those that are on flight will just quietly excuse themselves so that the rest can remain. And we do apologize for the issue of time, as indicated. we did indicate that it was not intentional. The flight just did not leave on time, and that can be controlled. And our parliament colleagues, we intentionally and consciously located in the speaker's office because we can start the meeting. Jim is a very good chairperson. Let's come here, we start the meeting. But this is not a dress rehearsal. We're not just here it's a space of authority. And I do appreciate the issue of accountability. But there's something that maybe because it also came a lot yesterday, it will be discussed in the debate as well, hopefully. But as a movement, the biggest accountability is one that we demand from ourselves. Just for that orientation. And we're a very disciplined movement. You are right. That's why you see us seated here. By 1:30, we were all seated here in the room because we are building, that institutionalizing is part of holding ourselves accountable. And that's our main focus. As to other spaces, we don't really jump, because we are a movement that is for men, by men, to men. So we are also moving consciously like that. That's why sometimes when there's too much blaming other people, we become a little bit uncomfortable because ours is more about what are we doing? And if we're doing the right thing, we allow other spaces to take care of their own issues. Babsam?
Thank you, Dr. Khanaka, for this opportunity. Just a few minutes left. Also on behalf of leadership, to actually welcome those who are joining us today and to briefly take them through the summary of what expired yesterday. Yesterday was quite a very informative, engaging session, which constituted the backbone of what we are here. And the attendance, was quite impressive. We had high-level presiding officers, one of whom was Ms. Ngwenya from Parliament. We had our Honorable Deputy Chair of NCOP, Umam Sylvia Lucas, and then also Nkosilanga Mavuso from the National House of Traditional Leaders, newly elected. He was also presiding. And then we also had famous DJ, the chief whip of the ruling party, Umam Pen Majodina, who actually brought a lot of flair into what we are doing here. She was also one of the presiding speakers. And then also in attendance, we were honored to have, was sitting over there, our Deputy Chairperson of the National Assembly, Ubabu Lichisa Tsinoli. And we also, I think we really need to also applaud when other political parties take time to attend. Honorable Zungula from the ATM, African Transformation Movement, was also here, which is very good. And then, of course, our leadership through Untando Yala, Babunyalo, Dr. Khanaka, and the Secretary General, Prof, was here. Amakosi are here even today. I saw Uba Galada even today, and then I see some of Khoisan chiefs are here, and then Babe Fundisi, Nomtwana, Ubabu Zulu was here, so gave us a very motivational speech towards the end. And then as just to bring decorum to the proceedings of his. We started with the singing of the national anthem without any interruptions. And then the owners of the NCOP, Mam Lucas, actually welcomed us. She, being a humble lady she is, Miss Ngwenya actually gave a long CV of hers, and she was not quite impressed about that. Humble, good people hardly want to be praised. So she said, please don't do that to me in the future. And then after that, Nkosima Vuso also made some reflections, and then it touched on the what is at the heart of what we are here, the challenge of girls being impregnated. They don't impregnate themselves, they are impregnated by men. So he highlighted that. He also highlighted the issue of teenage pregnancy, and also the issue of initiation. I remember in the Eastern Cape, the late Nkosima Tanzima used to ask Kuti in the past, umfana, if he was not matured, they used to say Kuti lo mfana kufane aya entabeni. And then when he comes back from the mountain, he will show maturity and then he will behave well. But nowadays, things have changed. There are instances where a nice boy, who's well behaved, when he goes to the mountain, he comes back being an animal. And then people are asking, Kuti, nibaenza ntoni entabeni? That is one thing that really needs to be attended to. Ulwaluko is a school of life. Someone who goes to the mountain must come back being a better person, not being an animal or a rock. So those who prescribe to that practice must actually use that practice to make sure that it is part of building a man, making him from boyhood manhood. But the issue of responsibility, the issue of accountability is quite key. There are so many stories where you find, even in Gauteng, there are so many stories where boys go to the mountain. When they come back, they are gangsters. They rape, they murder, they do all sorts of things. So can we, in that context, continue calling Ulwaluko a school of life? No, something really needs to be done. What curriculum is there? So we really need to do self-introspection as men to actually do that. And then also we had a very nice talk from our lovely Prince. Prince, if you can just raise your hand. Young, dynamic, eloquent. He really pulled our ears of the elders saying, as youngsters, they expect role models from Abadala. But it's not always the case. You just see the opposite. Later, someone indicated that you go to many of our townships, utola ubaba badala nje, bahamba baphethe amabhodlela baphuza in public. I won't even say, well, let me say it. Besides just drinking in public, when you drink a lot of liquor, what happens? They start forgetting who they are, and they just point everywhere. Kids are there, women are there. So what kind of society are we building? Those do not really need someone from outside. It needs us to look at our inner self and say, why are we doing things the way we are doing them? And then how can we actually to resolve this? Chief Jansen, are you here? Yes, he represents a National Khoisan Council led by Chief Cecil Leflier, who is deputized by Chief Anthony Peterson. He was sent here to actually also talk about what the role men should be. We know the history of the Khoisan has been very painful. 1652, when we do the colonial history, they say the history of South Africa started in 1652, which is a lie. When Jan van Riebeeck arrived here, the Khoisan were already here. They were dispossessed of their land. They were killed, hunted like wild animals. And then when all these Stellenbosch wine plantations began, they were used to work there. And we know about the DOP system, where people were paid with liquor. And it became intergenerational, from one generation to another, where we just say, this group of people are just drunkards. And we don't know where it started. You work, they don't give you money, they just give you a dope. And then you behave the way you behave. You have been a victim. And then yet we blame the victim. And the ones, the perpetrators, they are getting scot-free. Apartheid did not help. They actually even worsened things. So the issue of the Khoisan really needs to be looked at very seriously. But some of our leaders are actually have started many years ago to actually do what needs to be done, restorative justice, actually ensuring that the damage that has been done is being rectified, is playing a great role in assisting with restorative justice, in making sure that, people who get to prison, the numbers get actually reduced. And we had also Prof. Musoma from the CRL Rights Commission. The CRL Rights Commission's primary duty is to preserve and promote culture. And then he touched mostly on initiation. And then he indicated to us that next year, there will actually be a summit.
Mr. Khanela, because I want to open it up.
Yeah. Yes. And then, we also had Babu Dube to talk about economic implications, that without economy, we can't do well. And then we also had a whole range of speakers, including our minister, deputy ministers. But the recurring themes that were there were that, men's parliament, for instance, need to be institutionalized. It should not just be left for any merciful Samaritan to adopt it. There should be arrangement to actually do that. And then when there were open sessions, you really frankly articulated the challenges that you are facing in your respective provinces. Some provinces have done well by meeting, others have indicated that they could not meet because of resources. So you raised quite a lot of things that have been recorded. And then we believe that by the time we leave today, some of the additional things will also have been raised. And it would not help if you raise issues and then those issues will come in 2 years, those issues have not been done. So the purpose of today is to continue interrogating, raising, and making proposals on how the men's parliament can be made an effective working machinery to deal with the challenges we're facing in this country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khandlela. To the colleagues that have just joined us online, we are going to be starting a bit late. We're just giving a bit more time for principals to arrive. We'll just open the session. Any show of hands for those of one. So far, and can you just drop our mics, ne? The mics that are, just things, so that people at the back can see. You can come in, sir.
Okay, thank you so very much. I think also what is very important from what came up from yesterday's discussions is that this must not just be a tick box exercise. Meetings are very important, but meeting waste times. We need to be more action orientated when we move out of this. And I believe that also with today, I believe if you can come up with a plan of action to say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that we want to achieve, then that's what must be done. This thing of having meetings here and there in that corner and this corner, it's not going to help us in any way from Musheka.
I'll just be responding to some of the issues as they come up. So after this meeting, we do have a draft concept, program of action. It's there. It's going to come with your inputs and then circulated amongst us. We've actually got the services of a writer who has written that draft. As these discussions are happening, actually being inputted, including from provinces and districts. So definitely the document is there. We just don't have the actual date, but I think we'll try and push it as this collective that before the beginning of the next financial year, maybe February, March, we officially launch it so that hopefully it gets support as well. I see, I'll just be moving this side and this side, this side and this side. So I'm gonna go that side, then come back. There's a hand at the back, then Chaba, then Hosh, then you'll come back, yeah.
Okay, thank you. In most of the deliberations and reports from the provinces, there was a very similar concern to say principals in the provinces are not actually responding to the plight of men from the PECs. Now, my wish is that maybe from this point where we are, one of the principals commit themselves to say, I will make sure, because all these years we've been requesting letters to go to the provinces. There were letters that were sent to the premiers, but still they are not on board. So we need somebody to say, I will take it upon myself to make sure that all things that you request are going through, directed to them. And then if you don't, come back to me so that I push them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Koto. Colleagues that are joining us online, the meeting has not officially started. We're just having a pre-session. We'll announce when it is close to start.
No, thank you, DC. I think there are some of the things when we come here, when we have our biennial
we don't meet enough. That is why some of the people, when they stand up, they speak, they are so frustrated. I think they must make sure that they meet more in the provinces, in the districts, in the localities, because it is whenever you don't get an opportunity to voice your issues that you are very frustrated. The moment you get an opportunity to voice your issues, you start to fight with everyone, but you are misdirected, because we are not the people that you must fight with. We are fighting the situation. We are not fighting each other, isn't it? Am I wrong? We are not fighting each other. We are fighting the situation. But I was like excited that there was a lot of patience yesterday. Although the program was extremely extended, there was a lot of patience yesterday. I was even sitting there and someone asked me at home, are you not going to the toilet? I said, no, when you are listening to interesting topics, you don't move away. We will do everything in lunchtime, and we did everything in lunchtime. And we want to express our appreciation to those that were here yesterday. They were the ones that made sure that they address the issues, but also on the platform, the interest was we're about more than 70 on the platform alone. And inside we were more than 100, which means men are really interested in the issues of men. And we are excited about it. And we really want to kind of commend the men's sector for the fact that they are partnering with us on this very important issues. Because it is only in partnerships and cooperation and coordination that we will find that we will get solutions for the different challenges that are facing us. Now, as you have met me yesterday because I did the opening remarks. I'm Sylvia Lucas. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Together with the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, we have got the responsibility to coordinate the sectoral parliaments, the sectoral program, because we have extended it beyond parliaments, and we have lectures, we have seminars, we have all of the different things that we are doing. So we will start, and yesterday the men were singing themselves. We didn't have to play the cassette. We will not play the cassette again today. We will start with the national anthem.
Africa, malupakan isu onomayo, iswani fitana so yeti, o si sigelala tina lusapol ayo murena bulu kasijo sisi ufedi siti toli motwenye usibuluke sibuluke si chomoso Yesu si chomoso South Africa, South Africa. Die blauw van onze hemel, en die diepte van ons zee. Waar ons hart is, waar die kranse wordt geheeld. Sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa. All
Thank you very much. It's nice to hear men singing. It's always nice. Morning. Thank you. Now, they said I don't have to do any recap, any opening remarks, because already you took the time from 10 o'clock to recap on what has happened yesterday. I just want to express our appreciation once again for all of you that really take time out to be here. And like I was like sitting alone behind my desk and getting so excited when I heard Prince Shole speaking. And I thought I should say that if we see you, we see that there is a future. We see that there is indeed a future. We saw the boys' assembly, and I was like speaking to the Deputy Minister of Social Development when we were still in the old assembly. She said, generally there is a program that need to unfold. That is the fact that we need to develop the men that we want to see tomorrow, today. And I never forgot that thing that she said to me. And when I saw this young man, I realized we have started, and we have started on a good footing. And I hope we will continue to build wonderful men, young men. I don't want to say boys. You are men, matroda. Like you. So thank you very much. We must start because we only have this chamber up to my will to 1:45. But if it is the will of the NCOP, we only have it up until 1 o'clock. But in my will, we will have it up to 1:45. So we will immediately start with our program. And the first person to speak, and let me just say, I'm very unpopular generally amongst my colleagues in the EXCO and wherever, because I stick to time. So today we will stick to time. Yeah, they gossiped about me. And the person who gossiped about me was supposed to speak for 5 minutes. I gave that person 15 minutes and she still gossiped about me. So I will immediately call on Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo to do his input. Doctor, it's over to you. The South African National Integrated Men's Health Strategy.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all the delegates and leadership. Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mayor Silva Lucas, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party in the National Assembly, Mayor Phemema Jodina, Minister Zulu, Lindiwe Zulu, Deputy Minister Dr. Mhaule, Deputy Minister John Jeffries, Deputy Minister Bokopane Zulu, the leadership of the men's sector in SANAC, Dr. Thembi Ulu, our CEO of SANAC, the entire leadership that has brought us to be here, good morning. May I also add Prince Tole, Prince Zulu, and other princes that may be in the house that probably I might not have seen. I want to start by saying as health, we have a mandate given to us to make all our citizens have a long and a healthy life. Now, I need to also make an indication that we probably don't get that from the men's side. I'm delighted to have been part of the meeting yesterday to listen to all the deliberations, because I then could not go into some of the social and cultural factors that make men probably not being at that level of getting and making a long contribution to a long and healthy life. But probably to just get into what I have prepared, let me just give you another observation that we have in the world. We are saying a life expectancy of any country has something to do with the economic development and the sustainability of that country. Countries like Japan, China, Cuba, and probably you know much more than those that I can list, have a life expectancy of their citizens up to 70 years of age. In South Africa, on average, females' life expectancy is 64.
they are doing better than males. The males are sitting at 58. Now, all of us as a country, we aspire to have a long and healthy life up to 70 years of age. Let me give you a benefit of having a citizen of any country living up to 70 years. We visited China while I was still working in another province, led by the premier, and we spoke to a group of ladies. They were in the age of 64 years of age. And they were saying to us, let us relate to a story. We have daughters and sons who are at the age of about 30, 34. They have got children who are at the age of about 11 years. When our daughters, 34-year-old and sons, are mentoring and advising their children how to look after themselves in life, and they sometimes rebel, they come to us as grandmothers to those children, and we give them support. But when they continue not listening to us, we call on our mothers who are 80 years of age within the community to advise. So you do have countries in the world that still have generations, 4 generations, children of 11 years old with their parents 34 years old, and their parents who are about 64 years old, and great parents at the age of 80. And those countries are therefore able to leave values of an 84-year-old great-grandmother to an 11-year-old child. And those countries, therefore, are unlikely to miss value chain systems culturally, economically, and otherwise. So there is a big benefit to push ourselves to that age of 70 years of us. Now, I just want to then talk to things that do not make us to reach those ages. And the chairperson will have to stop me when the time comes. There's a very good part when the other chairperson says, as you conclude. So when I listen to as I conclude, I will then conclude. Yeah. We probably need to motivate to say, amadoda must probably be looked into as a target key population that we need to really work on and say they must also be targeted and be focused on. Because yes, yesterday what we listened to, men don't cry, men don't fall sick. So men relate the sickness with weakness, and therefore tend not to seek assistance and support. And we have this in our statistics. When we even look into TB, HIV statistics in terms of 1990, can give you those in the country, but when you segregate them into males and females, males are always lagging behind. Males generally are not a health-seeking behavior type of a species. They just don't seek help. They don't come because they're associated with weaknesses. Now, we need to also say on those cultural issues to say, if I sit in that clinic with other aunties and moms there, I am looking weak, is something that probably we need to begin to shed on. Generally, females are a health-seeking behavior species. Sometimes they do it because they have been told that they are now pregnant, and therefore to deal with this pregnancy, go to the clinic and get support and get to be advised this and that. And therefore, they tend to continue even beyond delivery of a baby. They are the ones who actually, I look and dream of seeing a lot of men having their children, taking them to the clinics. Again, it's women who take children to clinics for this child is unwell and therefore for immunization. And therefore, indirectly, those women also seek help and advice to themselves. So there are many issues that make men not to actually be there and seek assistance. So we need to break through those barriers that says men should not be in the clinics and all that. So I used to, when I was at MEC, comment when I see a man in a clinic and probably on the side of getting them to be attended first so that he can tell other men that if you go to that clinic, hey, and they are fine because they just don't want to sit in the queues, but just to encourage men to do that. And therefore, we tend to welcome, Minister. We tend to therefore see men having long. We tend to see men staying longer, and by the time they present themselves, it is rather too late, and yet we could actually deal with that. So I want to say to this men's parliament, if you want to see improvement in terms of numbers of the 90 now, which is 95, 95, the species that is lagging behind too much is men. And we can even segregate it is usually the young men compared to the older men. We even saw this in the COVID-19 vaccinations, that the younger ones were just not, they were having too much pressure on social media why they should not be vaccinated. Now, we therefore want to say the campaign that we have had in the country has made us to, since 2010, about 10 million men just going to the clinic to find out, should I not circumcise? Can I be circumcised in the whole country? And there's certain provinces that have done very well in that regard. And Prince Zulu was actually relating that by 2010 to 2017 in KwaZulu-Natal, there was an achievement of 1 million men circumcised without any penal amputation or death. So we were therefore fortunate to see that when men came in to request circumcision on ask this and that, some of them therefore were able to access other health services in the clinics. I was to check my TB, check my diabetes, check my hypertension and all that. So there is therefore what one will listen to a cry and the statement that were coming in from yesterday. Could the department start preparing us to have a men's clinics, or it may not necessarily be that clinic alone standing as men, but maybe dedicated hours or days to say from 1 o'clock in that particular clinic, you could then find people who are ready to available to help you. We think it is doable because right now we have listened to the cries of the adolescent boys and adolescent girls to say, we do not want to go to our clinics because the people judge us. When I come as a responsible young girl to say, I'm 16 years old, I'm sexually active, I want to be supported, they say, we'll call you a pastor, we'll call your grandmother and ask her if we can give you condoms. Now we have moved out of that picture by creating what we call adolescent youth-friendly services. So I think it is doable to create a program that talks to men and friendly services. Number two, next one, generally speaking, I now know that in the Middle East, doctors who are allowed, probably majority, to specialize.
As you conclude.
As I conclude, to look after females' reproductive health are largely female doctors, specialists. So maybe that is something we may not be doing here now, but maybe we could promise to say, if you are pressing on to say, can you make us exposed to men's healthcare workers who are men, and doctors and nurses, we will look into that if maybe it's going to make you free because you need to come and test for cancer. Lastly, I have consulted the department that this strategy, the South African National Integrated Men's Health Strategy 2020 to 2025, a lot of the leadership here was saying, but Dr. Dlomo, you developed this strategy with a limited consultation with us. And therefore, we would like to come in and input on it. I have received an information from my minister who's currently in UK, together with Dr. Ulu, that we shall call a workshop before end of March, where we could then share with you, and therefore you could advise us to strengthen this, because it is like we develop something with limited consultation. Therefore, we want to consult with you, have input on this strategy so that you can input on it and strengthen it, and we'll move on. Thank you very much as I conclude.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlomo, Honorable Deputy Minister. We will continue, but before we continue, let me welcome the Honorable Minister, Maite Nkwana-Mashabane, and also on the platform, the one that will just now be speaking will be the Deputy Minister, Honorable Kasal Matale, and we also have the Deputy Minister of correctional services. I will call it correctional services, Tabang, you will forgive me. Honorable Tabang Makwetla. And we also have a multi-party representation of members of parliament as well as councillors on the platform, and we welcome them. We will continue with our program, and we will now continue, and we will request the Honorable Deputy Minister Kasal Matale to continue to present to us the sub-strategic plan. It will be difficult for me to tell you how to conclude, but you know, you must stick to your time. Over to you, Honorable Matale.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and the leadership of the NCOP present there, ministers and deputy ministers in the House, members of the NCOP, our partners in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, I'm honored to be part of this important event aimed at engaging us as a country, especially men, as we introspect and share views on the root causes of and possible solutions to gender-based violence and femicide, which continue to engulf South Africa and the world at large. Many valid arguments and points were raised by various members and participants during the course of this House sitting yesterday, and I will not venture into those again. Ladies and gentlemen, members, honorable members, allow me to preface my discussion today with some statistics I found from the United Nations Women publication, which state that, I quote, more than 1 in 3 women experience gender-based violence during their lifetime. Most worrying is that this figure has remained fairly constant for almost a decade. Secondly, I quote, in 2021, nearly 1 in 5 women aged 20 to 24 were married before turning 18, mostly without their consent. And thirdly, I quote, less than 40% of women who experience violence seek help of any sort, close quote, which means our stats are not a true reflection of the severity of the situation. Whereas in South Africa, we have other practices such as ukutwala and the exchange or slaughter of livestock as a settlement for certain cases of GBV, such as rape. Such statistics are enough to give all of us sleepless nights. If you are a parent to girls, for example, like me, you live in constant fear that one or more of them are at risk of falling victim to such gruesome crime in their lifetime. This is unacceptable and cannot be allowed to continue unabated. Violence against women and girls remains the most pervasive human rights violation around the world, preventing many of them from living safe, secure, and fruitful lives. Already made worse by some of our oppressive practices disguised as tradition or practice. The not so distant occurrences of global conflict, economic crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic did not assist the dire situation for women, children, and other vulnerable groups. If anything, it has made it worse. If this reality is not enough to make all of us stand up against this scourge, nothing will. A variety of legislative and regulatory prescriptions have been put in place over the years, but have proven ineffective. It has thus become vividly clear to us as the Ministry of Police and the ANC-led government as a whole that more needs to be done to ensure the realization of our constitutional aspirations and to consolidate our gains of the past 28 years as informed both by our lessons and mistakes. One paramount lesson being that we need to work even closer together as government, civil society, NGOs, the private sector, and the community. We must pool all our resources together to put an end to all forms of crime and GBV and F. The other most paramount lesson we have learned or should have learned is that we need to work harder on eradicating the root causes of crime in general, but most importantly, GBV, without deviating from our primary mandate of ensuring the elimination of all forms of crime, and without losing sight of our pressing obligation to continue pursuing every effort that will deliver a crime-free South Africa, where our citizens and everyone within our borders will live without fear of being attacked or becoming victims of criminality. We view GBV and F as one of our uppermost priorities. We believe it is our responsibility to ensure that our women, children, and all other vulnerable groups enjoy all human rights and have access to justice in accordance with our founding values as enshrined in our Constitution. However, we also know that crime and criminality cannot be eradicated without the involvement of all. Honorable members, as I turn to the specific subject matter allocated to me today, allow me to indicate that we believe that the critical issue of safety and security is the bedrock of the entire medium-term strategic framework and national development plan. Fulfilling the aspirations of sub-strategic plan therefore requires the South African Police Service and its partners to play an active and meaningful role in growing South Africa together towards creating a stable and crime-free environment that is conducive for investment and economic growth. Focusing on specifically the role of men, one needs to acknowledge the role of men in SAPS and the role of men in society. In South Africa, as in many other countries, men are seen as the defenders of communities. Men are expected to take up arms and protect the children and women in society. As alluded to yesterday by Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma and other speakers, even in times of war, women and children are protected. What kind of society are we becoming if we are the ones to hurt our own women and children? While this concept of protection might sound like an old concept, it continues to prevail in modern times. Although equal, men and women have different yet complementary strengths, which I believe, if harnessed, will take the country forward. No man should stand by or turn a blind eye to GBV and F. Within our SAPS environment, we believe the line that distinguishes between the role of men and women in blue has faded with time as we strive to promote equality and gender neutrality. Combining the efforts of men and women in blue allowed the South African Police Service to create a very powerful weapon in the fight against crime. Members of SAPS are gradually and incrementally assuming the role of change agents, acknowledging the needs of communities and the community's role in the fight against crime. In this regard, we are continuously reaching out to communities through Imbizo and dialogues with men to improve collaboration, because we believe in working together that we can fight and succeed in this battle. We are also conscious of the fact that police person cannot be isolated from society. They are part of society where their role matches with that of other men in communities. At the risk of sounding controversial, I believe equality does not prevent men in communities to assume the role of protector to the vulnerable, just as much as equality doesn't prevent women from assuming the role of nurturers. These are not positions of power, but rather positions of value add. GBV and F is considered a social pandemic and has been declared a national priority for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, men are predominantly the perpetrators of this act. Therefore, men are expected to come up with solutions to these problems and demonstrate the will to protect the innocent. The man is expected to serve as a role model for the younger boys in society, educate them to distinguish between right and wrong, and through socialization, because it is through this socialization that these wrong perceptions emerge, where young boys, when they grow up, see themselves as different from women, and therefore perpetuate the view that women are inferior to men. As I conclude, the degree to which citizens are prepared to get involved in policing is likely dependent to the extent to which they trust the police. We are therefore continuously working on enhancing our professionalism to ensure that we work in a manner that we are sensitive to the environment within which we operate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Matala. I just want to correct myself. Honorable Tabang Makwetla is the Deputy Minister of Defense. And I have to correct myself before I call Honorable John Jeffries because he's a Deputy Minister of Correctional Services. John Jeffries will speak a little bit on the strategic plan of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Over to you.
Thanks very much, House Chair. I'm actually Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. It's my colleague Nkosi Patekile Holomisa, who's Deputy Minister of Correctional Services.
I scramble eggs now.
And Deputy Minister Makwetla was the Deputy Minister of Correctional Services in the last term. But Deputy House Chair, Honourable or Ministers, Deputy Ministers present or on the platform, the Chief Whip of the African National Congress and the National Assembly, traditional leaders, representatives of various constitutional institutions, representatives from the various men's sectors and civil society organizations, distinguished guests and friends. One of the Department of Justice's strategic outcomes is advancing constitutionalism, human rights, and the rule of law. When it comes to constitutionalism, we were reminded of the words of the late President Mandela, who said at the adoption of the Constitution in 1996 that constitutionalism means that no office and no institution can be higher than the law. The highest and the most humble in the land, all without exception, owe allegiance to the same document, the same principles. It does not matter whether you're black or white, male or female, young or old, whether you speak Tswana or Afrikaans, whether you're rich or poor, or ride in a smart car or walk barefoot, whether you wear a uniform or are locked in a cell. We all have certain basic human rights, and those fundamental rights are set out in the Constitution. Now, by constitutionalism, we mean the application of the rule of law, the separation of powers, the independence of the judiciary, equality before the law, and using the Constitution as a benchmark to measure the state's actions, policies, and laws. It means that we live by a set of rules which applies to everyone. No person, no institution, no government is supreme. It is the Constitution that is supreme, and everything we do needs to meet the requirements of the Constitution and specifically the Bill of Rights. Our courts, and in particular Constitutional Court, are the final arbiters of the Constitution, as they interpret the Constitution and see whether actions or laws live up to the standard that the Constitution sets. Now we might not like it some of the time, but that's where we are today. And we're there today because we come from a past where Parliament was supreme and could virtually do whatever it wanted to, whether good or bad, and generally it was bad. We think back to the 1950s when the National Party in Parliament wanted to remove coloured people from the common voters' roll by introducing the separate representation bill to take away the voting rights of coloured people. The legislation was challenged in court as unconstitutional, and it was declared invalid by the appellate division of the Supreme Court. But that didn't help. The National Party government simply changed the rules. It said that no, where you have cases where the validity of legislation is questioned in the appeal court, the appeal court must be comprised not of 5 judges, but of 11. So they expanded the court by the addition of 6 more judges who they chose. And obviously this was before the Judicial Services Commission. They chose those judges, and obviously those judges were going to support them. And the appellate division then supported what the National Party government was doing. Given the independence of our courts today in a constitutional democracy, this can't happen anymore. You can't change the rules as you go along. We have a transformative constitution. Everything that has changed for better in our country has been because of the Constitution. The fact that we can vote for whomever we choose, live where we want, marry or love who we want, have access to many socioeconomic rights like health and education. All of this has been made possible by the Bill of Rights in our Constitution. And our Constitution and our freedom did not come about easily. It's often said our freedom wasn't free. And therefore we need to protect our Constitution and our democratic institutions. It's not easy to change the Constitution either with amendments requiring a 2/3 majority. The Constitution is there to protect our rights and to treat people equally. This does not mean that everyone will necessarily always agree with what the Constitution says or agree on how we should interpret it. The Constitution is about populism. So, for example, we have often heard calls over the past 2 decades for a return of the death penalty, as some people feel it would reduce or deter crime. It's more of an emotive issue. The statistical data doesn't support that. But however, the Bill of Rights can only be changed by a 2/3 majority in Parliament and not a simple majority of 50 plus 1%. We may not always agree with a decision made by a court, but our Constitution demands that we respect court decisions. You can appeal court decisions or take them on review right up to the Constitutional Court. But when the Constitutional Court of 11 judges takes a decision, even if it's by a simple majority, 6 judges in favor, 5 against, that is the end of the matter. For example, yesterday our Constitutional Court ordered the release on parole of Janusz Valus, the man convicted of assassinating Chris Hani, which at the time, and it's what he intended, nearly plunged the country into a race war. Not a nice person, a person who nearly destroyed our country. Many people may not agree with the judgment of the court, but the court held that the applicant was entitled to the same treatment under the law, and they said, this is about his application, because that is a benefit that the law has given to the prisoners falling in the same category as the applicant, and he is entitled to benefit from that law. In this regard, this is again reading from the judgment, in this regard it must be remembered that Section 9(1) of the Constitution declares that everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. So the Constitution protects our rights not only from the state, but also from other individuals who may discriminate against us or do something that negatively affects our rights to equality. And this means that persons have remedies and can go to court when their human rights, their dignity, and their right to equality are infringed. And remember that the right to equality is the first right in the Constitution. Everybody is equal. Nobody can be discriminated against. Men and women are equal. And I want to argue that gender-based violence happens in our country because men do not respect the right of women and girls to be treated equally to men and boys. Why is it that society has no problem when men have a side chick or a spare wheel? But if a woman does the same, she's judged and criticized. Why is it okay for one gender to have a spare wheel and not the other? Why do some men still regard women as their possessions and violently assault or kill them when they as much suspect them of cheating, of having a spare wheel? Men and women are equal. These are questions we need to ask ourselves, our sons and men in society. It's because of patriarchy and toxic masculinity that our levels of gender-based violence are still shockingly high. Now, we recently, as Justice, championed 3 new bills to deal more comprehensively with gender-based violence. The fast pace in which these bills were developed and delivered is unprecedented, and this is indicative of the commitment of all to realize the aspirations of the National Strategic Plan to end gender-based violence and femicide. These bills and law are fundamentally important, but laws alone will not eradicate gender-based violence from our society. And let me just mention with these bills that actually they are gender neutral. They don't say a man can't do this to a woman. They say a person can't do this to another person. And yes, it is true that some men do get beaten up or assaulted or murdered even by their partners. And they do have problems, and it's wrong when they go to the police to report the matter sometimes. And that's wrong. But the reality is that the vast majority of victims of domestic violence are women. So yes, men are also victims, but it's a small proportion. The vast majority are women. Now, as I've mentioned, we have to change the way we treat women in our homes and workplaces and how we raise our boys. It's necessary to challenge social attitudes. How responsible we are when we hear about GBV incidents. What do we as men and men's movements do to mentor the boy child and be positive role models to them? What examples are we setting as fathers, grandfathers, and sons? We must talk to men and boys because men have been the dominant perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide. We as men are the problem, and therefore we have to be part of the solution. Every woman in our community is someone's mother or someone's daughter or someone's sister. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for women. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now call on the Honorable Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, the Minister of Social Development, and one department that has got a very, very, very strategic role, and it's very active in the main sector's programs. Okay. Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are not fighting each other, but putting up all our collective effort to fight against gender-based violence. As you said at the beginning, all ministers present, deputy ministers present, as already have been saluted, and in particular, my deputy minister, Minister Bokopane Zulu. Thank you very much also for leading the front when it comes to what brings us here today and making sure that this happens today. Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, but of course, importantly, our Chief Whip of the majority party in the National Assembly. It's a pleasure to always be with you. Deputy Chairperson of Men's Sector, Dr. Matome Khanaga, Men's Sector Secretary General, Prof. Mbulelo Diasi, Chief Executive Officer of Higher Health, Dr. Ramnik Ahluwalia, Chief Executive Officer of South African AIDS Council, Dr. Tembisile Kulu. I know that the meeting starts tomorrow. Representatives of the UN Women, Ms. Jacqueline Utumuriza Nzasiribira, Men's Provincial Sector present here, Prince Nhlanganiso Zulu, Ndabezitha, angibandlululi, bonke oZulu ondabezitha bakhona, angibandlululi. Representatives of multilateral civil society and private sector partners, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, General Lee, and in particular, young people of South Africa, you remain important people in our minds to carry this glorious country of ours forward, where one day we will not be regarded as the country that has the highest number of gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you very much for the opportunity to render these few remarks on the role of men as champions of change in preventing the spread of HIV, as well as addressing gender-based violence and femicide in communities to this third biannual National Men's Parliament. I'm hoping, Chairperson, that when we move out of here, we'll not lose sight and forget about the fact that we have to deal with gender-based violence, house to house, street to street, community to community. On the backdrop of the series of economic, health, and social unrest that we have faced, and in particular, mental health, the National Men's Parliament is an institution that contributes to the important role of socializing men and boys that is desirable for South Africa, that we are reconstructing towards an inclusive recovery where women and children indeed feel they belong. Let me join at this moment in time the multitude of South Africans who are truly and deeply, who truly and deeply relate with Chris Hani. A faithful husband, father, son, brother, role model, selfless and patriotic South African, and a courageous man who truly cared for the people of this land and sought for our institutions to understand that South Africa's greatest assets is its people. I stand here knowing that, not from books, but from reality. That is the reason we are meeting to speak with South African men. I would like to say to you and your gallant spirit, 29 years after your courageous life was cut very short, we still look up to you with admiration because no law can regulate one's love for other person. Love is not a subject of impersonal rationalization of any form. The majority of South Africans love you because you loved them. Having said that, please allow me to cite Frederick Douglass, where he said, and I quote, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." I found this in the United States, where we recently visited the African American Museum, where I found a bag that was written this, and I brought this bag home with me. And today, yesterday, as we were preparing to come here, I pulled it out because to me, it states fact. And to me, this quotation is for real. I would like to start by thanking my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Social Development, the Honorable Henrietta Bogopane-Zulu, for her vigorous campaign and leadership in making the National Men's Parliament a standing feature on making this possible. This year's National Men's Parliament could not have come at a better time. After the beginning of this month, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa hosted the second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide. At the summit, President Ramaphosa made a clarion call on all men to take a stand to prevent and eliminate the pandemic of gender-based violence, which has become, and I quote, shameful indictment of the men of our country, unquote. We are pleased that the National Men's Parliament Programme of Action constitutes a concrete contribution to the actualization of the key recommendations of the Presidential Summit, and in particular, the implementation of the pillars of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. One of the key tasks in preventing gender-based violence in all its forms is to enlist the active participation of women and boys in all communities throughout 52 districts, metropolitan municipalities of our country. Consequently, it is encouraged to see the participation of men who have voiced their commitment to nonviolence, men who've stood up and said, "Not in our name." It was a privilege 2 weeks ago to be invited to the Men's Walk Against Gender-Based Violence, an event organized by the Goodman Foundation. This is intended at inspiring men from all walks of life to speak out and act against forms of violence against women and children in particular, and fellow human beings in general. At the event, His Majesty King Misizulu kaZwelithini made an impassioned plea for a joint national effort that is dedicated towards grooming boys and young men into becoming good, responsible men, brothers, uncles, fathers, and leaders in our society. Further, His Majesty stressed the need for boys to have positive role models that confront toxic forms of masculinity, misogyny, and rigid gender stereotypes upon which the culture of violence against women and children in our families and communities is being perpetuated. And it is a plea from us as the Department of Social Development, Honorable Chair, that sometimes there's even jokes. Let's end those jokes. Those jokes bring pain to some of us, bring pain to many women, while in fact men sometimes think it's an entertainment. You cannot entertain yourselves over us. Toxic masculinity puts pressure on boys to be tough and emotionless. These societal constructs of what it means to be, and I quote, be a man, are extremely harmful to the boys who are being socialized into them, the men they become, to our families and to all our societies. This is the ground upon which the multiple forms of sexism, violence, and untreated mental health issues in boys and men, as they being discouraged from seeking help to men up, are bred. We can all play a part in dismantling the stigma around mental health, supporting men to access psychosocial support services, particular mental health support, and the Department of Social Development is responsible for that. The Men Championing Change program is about highlighting and encouraging positive masculinity. Due to the need for action in local communities, the department has partnered with the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders to address harmful practices. And these practices are found across our country. That also includes Uguthwalwa and other practices that undermine the rights of women and the girl child under the guise of culture. And one of the initiatives of this partnership is this very traditional men's parliament. The need to attend to the manifestation of mental health issues among boys and men is with us right here. In fact, it may be overdue. As a result, social investment need to be directed towards it. Phrases such as "you are not a man enough," "you are destroying our society," as much as they reproduce the violent environment that is enveloping us. Real solutions that can go to the heart of manhood are needed. This starts with building safe spaces for men and with men. The perceptions of being overlooked when employed and empowerment opportunities are real amongst men. These frustrations turning into violent expression, we need alternative avenues and language to attend to their lived reality. It is for this reason that we started to roll out men's lounges in different provinces. Currently, we have men's lounges that are linked to community care centers in KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest and Limpopo provinces. We are planning to roll out more men's lounges in all provinces.
Thank you.
We do know that many men do not abuse their partners and children. These are the men who continuously strive to embody respect and dignity. As I close, I want to leave you with the message: in your homes and communities, let us emulate the principled example that Chris Hani lived as a husband, father, son, brother, leader, and role model to the millions of people who remember him as they had a personal relationship with him. This is a leader who protected nature, that was a patriot. I thank you.
Thank Chris Hani for the extra 30 seconds, because we really wanted to hear about him. We will now continue and we will recall on Dr. Regina Mahule to speak about Boys Championing Change. Dr. Mahule is the Deputy Minister of Basic Education. Dr. Mahule. Asi. Igama lama kosikas. Malbongwe. Igama lama to.
Thank you very much, House Chair and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Greetings to our ministers in the House and those that are not in the House, Deputy Ministers, colleagues, members of the House that are present here, Chairperson of SANAC, Civil Society, in her capacity as co-chair, Chairperson of the Men's Sector, National Secretary General of the Men's Sector, representatives of civil society organizations, especially those that represent faith-based and traditional leaders, sectors, leaders of men's and boys formations, everyone, distinguished guests. I once said extinguished guests. Distinguished guests.
English came by shape.
You are all very important. You couldn't be here if you are not important. Above all of us, our honorable chief whip of the majority part, Honorable Machotina. Yes, he's our boss. We forget to greet her.
That DJ business is
the
in
boss
Eastern
is in
Cape.
the
Here
house.
she's the chief whip.
Yeah, I'm counting my time.
The DJ business in Eastern Cape.
You took my 30 seconds. Yeah. I feel so honored and privileged to be offered this unique opportunity to address a house full of men from all corners of our country, united under the Takwani Reme Responsibility Men's Movement during the commemoration of the International Men's Day, taking into consideration the timing for this engagement as this National Men's Parliament is taking place at a time when we mark the annual 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, with the 2022 global theme being 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, with the theme of 2022 global theme being Unite Activism to End Violence Against Women and Girls. Chairperson, as the Department of Education, we are hardly hit by losing one of our boys who had a future. The mantra of the department says, every child is a national asset. And we lost one boy who hanged himself on something which is still under investigation. We don't know, because we rumorsly hear that the girl said he was joking. It's a rumor, it's still to be investigated, but the life is gone. The child is no more. And we sympathize and pay our tribute and condolences to the Sithole family for the life lost of a 17-year-old Bafana Sithole, a grade 11 learner at War School, Kirill, on Thursday, whose life ended on Thursday, 18 November. So these are the things you ask yourself, where do these things start? Why are we here? Why is the boy child so vulnerable? What have we done as the society to make the boy child to be like this? And you go back, you look at what we are doing as parents at home. When we buy toys, we buy a gun for a boy and buy a doll, a nice doll with flowers for a girl, and a white doll for that matter. So, and we are planting a seed that when it germinates, we are surprised as to why is this child behaving like this. Even the cars that we buy those big war cars for the boys to show that I love my boy child. And we made another mistake as government, as the society, all of us combined, that when we tried to strike the balance of the past against a girl child, because it's not a secret that women were not even allowed to do mathematics, science, and whatever. We said you do needlework and home economics and all this. When we tried to strike that balance, all of us concertedly took our efforts to support a girl child. And in that process, a boy child felt miserable, felt neglected, felt like they have nowhere to go to. If I look at the statistics of the Department of Basic Education, we have 13 million children in the system. And when we look at the number, 51% are boys. But when you look at the statistics this year, 2022, grade 12, we have 750, if I round it, I will say 754,000 learners that are going, candidates that are writing matric. But it's only 330 boys. And the percentage now is less. But when you look at the entire school enrollment, boys are more. But when coming to matric, boys are less. But when we give explanation all the time, Chair, when you call us to come and say, what causes the dropout? Say it's learner pregnancy, teenage pregnancy. Are these boys pregnant who did not reach their matric? I mean, all of us, I'm not blaming the Department of Basic Education, it's all of us. Where are these boys who did not reach their matric? Where are they? And when we say they are on drugs, who is selling the drugs? Who is manufacturing the drugs? Because we'll say, no, they are on drugs, on drugs. When we fight the drugs, let's fight the source. Let's not fight the tuck shop that sells drugs. And I even lost my speech because now I'm speaking from my heart. but I'm speaking real issues. Yeah, I'm not even going to go back to the speech. I'm speaking real issues that let us fight the sources. We are the sources of the boy-child's misery. Let's look at ourselves. Let's make a self-introspection. Let's work together and try to bring the dignity of a boy-child because of the mistakes that we did. So when we treat our children, let's treat them equally. When we come with programs of supporting adolescent girls, let those programs be the same as the adolescent boy. Let's not focus on a girl child alone and leave the boy child because we make them to be what we didn't intend them to be. So I'm calling upon all of us, every member of the society, parents at home, because I'm a parent myself. Sometimes we make that mistake of loving girls more, showing favoritism to girls and leaving this boy and creating a ho-ho out of the boy because something, it's growing inside when we don't take care of them. When we don't treat them as human beings, we treat them as mini animals. Let's treat the boy child as a child. Let's give them the dignity they deserve. Let's give them the love that they deserve. And we are not going to come and say gender-based violence. And if men also can stop practicing gender-based violence at home, because they see most of the boys whose fathers were not there when they grow up, they emulate their fathers, like a father, like father and son, or son like father, whatever. Yeah, you ask yourself, why are you doing what your father did to your mother? Because that thing now becomes like it's built in. It's not inherent, but it's built in because they saw. They don't learn by listening. They learn by seeing. The examples that we show them, that's what they take as lessons. So let's bring back the morals. Let's bring back the dignity. Let's bring back ethics in the families. It all starts in the family. Let's bring morals back in the family. Let's respect one another. Minister Zulu, when coming to gender-based violence, I'm one person that I'm not one-sided. I'm two-sided because gender-based violence is a two-way. It's a two-way. Some men don't cry, and they don't cry because they were told not to cry. And we even tell boys today, don't cry. And when they don't cry, they accumulate this anger. And when it bursts into something and they kill people and say now they are animals. So cry, man. If you have to cry, cry. Cry. It's painful. Pain does not have gender. Pain is pain, whether you're a man or female. So in the Department of Basic Education, now we have come with programs that are bringing back now the dignity of a boy child, especially the adolescent boy. We are taking care of them, but want to work together with the society. Thank you very much, Chair.
I think the issue of the sensitive side of men came out yesterday and it's still coming out. And I agree that we need to start with our boys to make sure we grow a society of healthy men. I'm not one person that want to comment when someone has spoken, but I just want to say people are blaming Beijing for the fact that girls are getting more attention than the boys. So we must have Hong Kong for the boys, since we have Beijing for the girls. We will continue. And we will then now call on Dr. Ramnik Alwalia to continue to speak about the addressing toxic masculinity in the sector.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, sector leaders, everybody here, all protocols observed. It's an absolute honor, Deputy Chairperson, to stand in front of you and to everyone to address on behalf of the post-school education and training system. I stand in front of you on behalf of 2.5 million young people in the post-school education system. There are a lot of many men in them. 1.2 million of them are men in the sector. They start from the ages of 15 to the ages of 35 in our sector. We have over 300 TVET colleges. We have over about 300 campuses of our 50 TVET colleges, 1,800 sites of our community education training colleges, 100 sites of our universities, 137 private higher education institutions, over 4,000 skill providers partnering our CETAs and National Skills Fund. I address to you on behalf of them, considering that we have a challenge of GBV. If I say 10% as per MRC of reported cases of GBV come from our sector, we have a problem. If I say that even today, as per our higher health studies, 55% of males and 54% of females say sex violence does not include forcing sex with a partner or with someone you know, we have a challenge. These are educated young South Africans. I come to you to discuss a huge problem. And I'm very proudly South African standing in front of you to say higher health, which is a government initiative, is a proudly South African institution of, for, and by the people of South Africa, funded and sustained by the government of South Africa. And I'm very proud as a best practice. Why? Because these are initiatives that are needed in order to address issues like toxic masculinity or gender-based violence. Our minister has launched, our Minister Honorable Dr. Blade Nzimande has launched in 2020 a comprehensive GBV policy framework, which directs all our institutions to abide by a policy on gender-based violence, mainstream GBV on the KPIs of all our institutions. We have broken down into 9 protocols of how to deal with the case of GBV on campus, disciplinary tribunals, establishing which are non-biased, non-managerial biased, gender sensitive, first respondent trainings, staff-student relationship. We don't want to hide away from this menace of staff and student relationship in our system. Rape protocols, protocols on drugs and alcohol. If WHO says 65% of GBV in South Africa is preceded by drugs and alcohol, the highest in the world, followed by America with 58%, we have a problem. And these needs protocol, these needs directives in our institutions. We have a protocol on campus safety and security. We're now establishing protocols on residences, vetting of campus security officers with the help of PASIRA, with SAPS, vetting of our campus protection, campus residences, and even private accommodation. We are into this, but now we have a direction towards establishing a comprehensive program on toxic masculinity to address men. And I come here to ask for help. I come here to all these beautiful men parliament and sector leaders and men in all the provinces to assist. You will find higher education right from Ulundi to Kailicha to Zwelicha to every site or every rural township, you will find higher education. We have launched a curriculum, Deputy Chairperson, a gender curriculum, a gender module. Over 500,000 South Africans are are enrolling into this curriculum. We want to reach 2.5 million young South Africans to enroll into gender curriculum. We want it to happen so that education remains a power tool to transform our society and our young people. We have a civic curriculum. It has got chapters on HIV, it has got chapters on mental health, but it has got also a chapter on gender studies, gender diversity, gender equality, gender-based violence. And now we are launching toxic masculinity and speaking to men through this curriculum. If we believe if 2 million South Africans join this curriculum, and with our participatory pedagogy, with our peer-to-peer education, each one teach one and reach 10, 2.5 million educated young South Africans will reach 25 million South Africans. And that is our pledge. We can use educated young South Africans to transform their own siblings which are not in the education system. Maybe make education more sexier or fancier so that we can build skills in our nation. This is what our nation needs to build at this moment. So we want men's sector to help us fight this menace, this challenge with us. And we can use educated young South Africans to transform our nation. They're going to go back to the same parent, same families. If I say 70% of our students or young men do not, or young women do not have a father, it's a problem. Single parents, it cannot be possible in the future. But we can build families through our education system. We can build a parent. A generation will be born of seeing two, a father and a mother. And from there, they will get education and society will change and our South Africa will transform. So, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I come to ask the men's sector to partner post-school education training system, to partner our community system, our TVET system, our university system, and help us transform South Africa through building educated young South Africans to take up this fight. We promise through our each one, reach one and teach 10, we will reach 10 people in the community and we'll be able to reach 25 million South Africans through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aluwalia. We will now call on Dr. Tembisi Lekulu to speak on the NSP, people and communities at the center of the response. The Chief Executive of South African National AIDS Council. Over to you, Doc.
The presiding officer of this sitting, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, the Honorable DJ Pemsa. Based on fearing as you conclude, ngicela Mama Bamo Minister, all the DMs in the house and online. All the members of parliament that are present, the leadership of the SANAC men's sector, Amakosi and Abugo, Akona, and our interfaith leaders, Gitindabezit. All stakeholders of the Takwani Reime men's movement, our development partners, media, delegates, allies, and our most distinguished guests present here today, the men and the boys of South Africa, Gitisan Bonan. What an honor and a privilege it is to address this August House once again on the third biennial Men's Parliament. My name is Dr. Tembisi Lekulu. My Deputy Chairperson, I'm saying this because on how eloquently Ubabu Krisani was coined by Minister Zulu. Because Bab Krisani is my namesake, Chris Tembisile Hani. So 30 seconds. So I'm the CEO of the South African National AIDS Council, which is a multi-sectoral body mandated to coordinate one national response to HIV, TB, and STIs in this country. We are chaired by the Deputy President, who is supported by the National Chairperson of the Civil Society Forum, Ms. Steve Letsike. Ladies and gentlemen, decades and decades of evidence have actually shown us and are starting to expose the serious threat of the inequalities that are hindering us from achieving desired health outcomes in low and middle income countries, as one mentioned by UDM Mhlongo. Our efforts towards Agenda 2030 with the goal of ending AIDS, as outlined in the SDGs, cannot bear fruit unless we are deliberate about addressing inequalities affecting key and vulnerable populations. These inequalities, as we know, now include interventions designed for men and boys. Over the years, the focus has mainly been on women and girls, thus unintentionally leaving men and boys on the periphery of the response. Gender programs are often conceptualized and designed with a keen focus on women and girls, perhaps due to the fact that South Africa has been ravaged by patriarchy, gender-based violence and femicide, gender inequality, harmful cultural norms, and social barriers that make it difficult for women to thrive. But that one-sided focus on women and girls, however, has unfortunately contributed to the lack of progress in striking a balance. Balance is important because men and women, boys and girls coexist. You cannot empower one and disempower the other. As SANAC, we are changing this narrative. Led by the men's sector, the men of South Africa are saying not in our name. At the same time, as the women of South Africa, we need to take responsibility. Oh, Baba, bayashawa la ngaphandle. Men are being abused. Phansi, ngomama aba abusive to amadoda phansi. Bese kuba nzima kakhulu when they say tigers don't cry. Uvela ubone ukuthi kusekude phambili. So Baba, I'm going to stand here and say, as I said the last time, your mental health matters to us. Sinani, siyanithanda, siyanisupport. We are currently finalizing the National Strategic Plan for 2023 to 2028. And during the extensive consultations which took place over a year, we were intentional in ensuring that the new NSP should have targeted interventions to address the challenges concerning men and boys. Many studies across the globe, and even our own data, indicates that men are reluctant to access health services. However, before we chastise them, we need to establish why. Following that, we also need to acknowledge that there are cultural dynamics that contribute to the challenges, and we need to work with communities and traditional leaders to find ways of navigating these dynamics. In other words, when we say responses should be people-centered and human rights-based, it means we need to bring services to the people and watch men access services when they are closer to home. The successful implementation of the new NSP will largely rest on how we engage men and boys in the process and how we understand the difference between boys, adolescent boys, and men. Zikhala kanjani when we don't know that the interventions for boys are not the same as the interventions for men. Kumele i-approach esiyenzayo ibe informed by the particular end users. Over and above the NSP, SANAC has also developed a framework for adolescent boys and young men in the prevention of TB, HIV, and STIs. And through this work, we hope to mold and raise young men who are empowered, healthy, resilient, and are agents of change in our communities across the length and breadth of the country. This framework has got 5 focal areas which is available for your perusal. We can and we will dismantle toxic and fragile masculinities amongst boys and men of this country. We will raise boys who will be better fathers of tomorrow. We do also need to strongly dismantle the recent behavior of young girls or women that lie about rape. Umam Umhaule just told a story. We know it's under investigation, but the truth is there have been cases of men that have been falsely accused for women that have lied. So adolescent girls and young women, we are breaking our men. Gender-based violence and femicide is a pandemic in this country. But siqala kanjani uma osisi nomama besaqamba amanga bethi badlunguliwe. So as I stand here, ngithi phansi ngodadewethu abaqamba amanga nge-rape phansi. Ngithi justice for Bafana Sithole justice. Ladies, let us stop breaking our men. Let us help them to do better. Okwesibili, sesizwile in KZN in the area of Bergville, that culture yokuthwala has been back for the past 2 years. Our young girls are not only being forcefully carried into marriage, but they are raped, they are impregnated, and they are first given a concoction that makes them dizzy or drunk. And in that process, they may get an STI and they may get HIV and resultant lifetime trauma. So go baba ngithi phansi ngeculture yokuthwala phansi. Akusiyona iculture, icala. Icala elibovu. Bese ngithi the Sanak men's sector really through the Takuwani Reimers movement, siyabonga ukuthi they have not just been part of the solution, but they've actively been driving the process of change. We also want to acknowledge the support by the National Department of Social Development, especially the stewardship, as mentioned by Umam Zulu Mdala, of UDM Ubukhupane Zulu, who has been the true steward and custodian of Men Championing Change. And that program has been the driving force of what we see today. So, my chairperson, next week, South Africa will join the world in commemorating World AIDS Day under the theme, Equalize and Integrate to End AIDS. This is a clarion call to all South Africans to address the persistent inequalities that continue to hinder progress against our efforts to end AIDS. These inequalities include poverty, exclusion, inadequate to services, especially by key and vulnerable populations, such as men who have sex with men, transgender persons, and sex workers, to mention but a few. In his capacity as chairperson of SANAC, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Mr. David Mabuza, will lead the commemoration as I conclude in the Free State. And I would like to say to the men and boys gathered here, and the adolescent girls and women gathered here, let us stand up and be counted in our efforts to eliminate. Viva the SANAC men's sector, viva.
Viva.
Viva the South African men's movement, viva. Phambili ngeTakuwani Reime phambili. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tulu. We will continue with the program. If we had more time, we would have allowed everyone to speak as long as they can. But all of you know that we are stressed for time. But I think so far, the presenters did very well on time. We are continuing and we will now have Mr. Nditseni Mngoni, the UNAIDS representative. Over to you, Mr. Mngoni.
Thank you. I hope I continue to do better or better than the other presenters in terms of time. Presiding officer, Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, members of Cabinet, members of the National Council of Provinces, leadership of the SANAC Civil Society, men's sector leadership under Dr. Matume, and SANAC Secretariat led by Dr. Kulu, and all the other UN agencies represented, and as they say, all protocol observed. Let me greet you. I'm delivering a speech on behalf of the UNAIDS Country Director, Ms. Eva Kiwango, who could not be with us. And let me start by congratulating the members of the Men's Parliament for a successful planning and hosting of this occasion. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting the United Nations Joint Program on HIV to contribute to this important initiative and to speak about the global AIDS strategy. We come as UNAIDS representing 12 other UN agencies working on HIV. That includes your UN Women, WHO, World Bank, and others. Let me quote Marcus Aurelius. I found this quite important, that as we discuss, we should remember, and I quote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one," close quote.
Must put the emphasis differently. You must say be one.
Be one.
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable members of the Men's Parliament, HIV remains a major public health issue. The global AIDS response is in danger. HIV resources are shrinking and progress towards ending HIV has slowed down. Inequalities persist. Vulnerable and socio-economical disadvantaged groups have higher HIV infection rates and lower access to healthcare services, and that includes men. According to UNAIDS Global AIDS Update Report of 2022, every 2 minutes in 2021, an adolescent girl or a young woman was infected with HIV. COVID pandemic has disrupted HIV services, and that led to the spike in teenage pregnancies, gender-based violence, and decline in HIV treatment. With children, only half, about 52% of children living with HIV have access to life-saving medicine. The AIDS pandemic took a life every minute in 2021. Key population account for less than 5% of global population, but they are, and their sexual partners already comprise 70% of the new infections. Only 5%, but 70% new infections. So the global AIDS strategy aims to reduce and end the inequalities that drive the AIDS epidemic. And it is putting people at the center to try and get the world back on track to end AIDS. The strategy draws on decades of experience and evidence that shows how intersecting inequalities are preventing progress towards ending AIDS. This strategy sets out a framework for transformative action to upend these inequalities by 2025. And the targets are there on the strategy. And we are glad that in the process of supporting SANAC and partners in the development of the national strategic plan, the global AIDS strategy is at the center, the issues of inequality. We need to support and effectively resource community-led responses. Community-led responses are proving to be game changers in reducing inequalities and supporting resilient HIV responses. In June 2021, United Nations General Assembly adopted the Political Declaration on HIV and AIDS, which is aimed at ending inequalities and getting the AIDS back on track. This year's Global World AIDS Day theme is Equalize. The Equalize slogan is a call to action. The South African theme, as Dr. Tembi mentioned, is Equalize and Integrate. It is a prompt for all of us to work for the proven practical actions needed to address inequalities to end AIDS. UNAIDS, in partnership with other organizations, is developing an HIV inequalities framework. This framework aims at supporting countries to tackle the persistent inequalities recognized in the global AIDS strategies. These inequalities, including infringements on human rights, continue undermining progress towards ending AIDS, and continue spread and worsening inequalities. These inequalities needs to be tackled, both in the new national strategic plans and in our collective actions. Addressing inequalities, therefore, entails addressing social and structural barriers that over time frustrate gender equality and gender enjoyment of human rights. Coming to men and the issue of accessing to health services, a study was done termed Changing Men or Changing Health Systems. And this study looked at the interrelated dynamics of sex and gender as important factors that influences health literacy or health-seeking behaviors and health outcomes. This review highlights the need for transforming the health system itself towards greater consideration of men's health issues. Perhaps the most important observation, Chairperson, here is that while we encourage and mobilize men to adopt positive health behavior, we need to review our health system to make it welcoming to men. This, we know, has started happening in South Africa with the development of the National Department of Health, South African National Integrated Men's Health Strategy 2020. Just few data and statistics quickly. We know that there's an estimated 8 million people living with HIV. Of these, 94% know their status, and men at 92% who know their HIV status. But what is worrying is that 32% of men who know their HIV status are not on treatment. Hence the continuous increase in new HIV infections. Only 65% of men are on treatment as opposed to 78.6% of women. This is a big challenge for reducing AIDS-related death and a big challenge for prevention of new HIV infections. New HIV infections among men is lower than in women. In women, it's more double. And that correlates with the men who are not on treatment because they're not suppressing the viral load and they continue to infect the women. We need to put all men on treatment so they can suppress their viral loads. AIDS-related death among men is, in 2021, was 28,000 people as compared to a lower death rate in men. For men aged 45 years and older, non-communicable diseases such as diabetes are also leading cause of death. These diseases, as well as others, are either preventable or at least medically managed if men access health services. Let's focus on the health system while we're also encouraging men to seek health services. Focus on health systems, make them friendly and welcoming for men. We have to address issues at the health facility level, which some of them are identified through the community-led monitoring project, which is stigma coupled with gender discrimination remains one of the, as I conclude, you've taken 2 seconds laughing. So we have to work hard to achieve the U equals U, which is undetectable equals untransmittable. It marks a key initiative on the way forward to achieving the global targets of ending AIDS. In the words of UNA's country executive director, Winnie Byanyima, we can end AIDS if we end the inequalities which perpetuate it. We need everyone to get involved in sharing the messages that we will all benefit when we take inequalities. When we tackle inequalities, she goes on to say, to keep everyone safe, to protect everyone's health, we need to equalize. I thank you.
Thank you. When I start to say conclude, if you use that 1 minute, you will find you will read 2 pages. If you use that 1 minute productively. The late Sokacha used to say, men are testing by proxy. They don't want to test themselves, they are testing by proxy. Start proxying yourself because you don't have only the wife, you also have the girlfriend that is not testing with you. We are continuing and we are calling on Ms. Jacqueline Utamuriza Nzisabira, he for she advancing the care agenda. Ms. Jacqueline, over to you.
Thank you so much for pronouncing my name so perfectly.
Trying.
It's such a hard name to pronounce. I present the apologies of Ms. Alita Miller, a UN Women representative who was in traveling, and I stand here on her behalf. And I thank you, presiding officers, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, our Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP and NCOP representatives in our midst, representatives of the National House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan leaders, all religious leaders, honorable ministers, our dear sisters, and deputy ministers present and online, members of parliament, SANAC CEO, my dear sister, and SANAC Men's Sector, all provincial and local leaders, fellow UN representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. UN Women is again very honored to be in the midst of this august session. And we are very proud every time we are called to be with you since 2015, when you launched the Takwane Rime movement. We believe this commitment to grow the movement and establish district, provincial, national men's parliament is commendable, but it's also very unique and we often give it to other countries on the continent as a best practice for effectively engaging men. We are actually given many calls of other countries that want to come and study this practice and how we have managed to do it. And we will indeed facilitate that. UN Women is again very privileged to be associated with SANAC Men's Sector as they engage these decentralized and national institutions. For we are convinced that transformation will not only happen at the individual and community level, but at institutional level. And we do believe that men's sector is indeed an effective partner in effectively engaging men for transformation at all these levels. We acknowledge this annual event and as the world-based practice. And we are very hopeful that the transformation we see here will indeed help us in transforming the culture of violence against women and girls, which has become so pervasive all over the world. More than other countries in Africa and globally, South Africa is faced with a twinned epidemic of violence against women and HIV. And we believe that as one of the still driving force of this are the social norms, stereotypes, and toxic behaviors that we still observe in our society. I will not repeat the many convincing statistics and many scenarios that were given from the first speaker to the latest one. I will just go into just addressing what we believe is still driving this two scourge. We believe that at the core of what drives this vulnerability is harmful structural drivers of vulnerability for women and girls. And these are drivers of gender inequality at the core. And those drivers, we believe, are the harmful social cultural norms, but not only of individuals and communities, but of institutions, as I mentioned. The harmful economic dependence, we still see as a result a behavior that causes young women to be vulnerable, and also lack of access to certain services, as well as power imbalance at the household level and community level. These, if addressed, will indeed address the inequalities, both at the household and the community level, and cause more peaceful and stable households and communities. We know that influential institutions that shape culture can be instrumental to call out and challenge social norms that reward abusive behavior. We have seen this happen in the past where Kotla, the initiative that brings together traditional leaders from across the continent, has been instrumental in influencing the end of harmful practices such as child marriage in Malawi and Zambia and FGM in Sudan and elsewhere. We have also seen that in South Africa, 40% of intimate partner violence was reduced, as well as economic intimate partner, when we engage in gender norms and tackle them head on. UN Women He for She movement is based on these principles. It's a solidarity movement to end gender inequality, which believes that men are true partners in ending gender inequality. And we have seen in South Africa pockets of good results where he for she was introduced in previously harmful and toxic settings and changed the norms of those settings. The cases of the taverns in Klerksdorp, which have been transformed to become he for she taverns. And now those areas are very safe for both women and girls and men and boys. So this would not have been possible if men were not at the forefront of this movement. We also believe that men are able to transform household economics. And you've asked me how, it's in looking into the care economy. We believe that if women are more able to actually do their household chores and be able to contribute to the household income, then there will be a better outcome of the household and a more peaceful relations. And we think men can actually help us in this fight. We think men can help us recognize the care economy at the household level, as well as redistribute and help in actually proper rewarding of that economy. We think that Takwani Rime holds a key to a solution to transform our societies and our streets into peaceful streets. Let's work on it together. So what are we calling for? We're calling for men to end bystanderism. And as it was said earlier, somebody mentioned accepting such as
Mute, please, on the platform. Thank you.
So if you hear a bad joke, call it out. Don't accept bad jokes. Don't accept bad behavior in your midst. Take responsibility. If you witness a threat or act of violence, take responsibility, report it or call it out. Take back your streets. Somebody mentioned not in my name. Take back your streets and support the victims, and also accept maybe that there shouldn't be any victim in your midst. Find a shelter, educate yourself and others consistently. If you are a father, it was said earlier, show good example to your sons. Do not tolerate jokes that may foster gender-based violence. Join the He for She movement. Join Takwani Rime in ending this scourge. In conclusion, violence against women and girls is the most pervasive human rights violation worldwide. And the latest UN data shows that women and girls' biggest threats are their closest ones. So I dare to believe that all men who are here are really safe to be around for your girls and women in your households. Let's stand together and change this reality of women and girls. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline. Utamuriza Mzizabira, that one you must remember. I see now here, we will have a tribute by Mr. Kopano Shai, Kulumama daughter. Mr. Patrick Shai, I'm sure it is about him. He was a partner in our programs. Unfortunately, he left us last year. So I don't know, will the tribute be read? Will we be sitting or will we be standing? Will it take long or?
Asinalo valo. Asinalo valo.
Ulende siyenza yo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo valo ulende siyenza valo valo tololo asinalo valo valo tololo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo valo ulende siyenza ulende siyenza yo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo valo ulende siyenza valo valo tololo asinalo valo valo tololo asinalo ulende siyenza yo asinalo valo ulende siyenza amandla amandla
Patrick Shy, long live. Long live the spirit of Patrick Shy, long live.
Long live.
Viva Patrick Shy, viva.
Viva.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Prof. I think that just calmed the nerves a little. Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson. I've been taking notes there of the greetings, and I hope I do not miss anyone. Let me.
The best part is to say, let me actually confirm the established protocol.
Yes, thank you so much. So let me start by my notes, and then I think I will end with all protocol observed. Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the ministers, deputy ministers, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Prince Shole Tlo, Prince Zulu Dabezit, doctors, professors, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen in the house, good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to thank the men's sector for the invite. We as the Shayi family are humbled by the invite to honor our father. And 10 months in, it's really promising that his work has not gone into vain. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kopano Shayi. I'm the last son of the late Ntate Patrick Molefe Shayi, a man that we declared the #1 activist, a leader in spirit, and a creative being in the arts. But when you said, Shayi, one day we will win the battle against GBVF, I didn't think that I would be standing in Parliament paying tribute to you. I will not dwell much on Kulumandota and what it is. It already speaks for itself with the slogan, change begins with me. This change that began with Patrick Shayi is the change he pledged to share with the nation and men in the world around overcoming GBVF, ensuring that men take good progressive notes from the life that he previously lived in attempt to better men of being genuine good men to their wives and children. Sorry about that. A man that overcame the beast of a man that he was to become the world's greatest dad, and a man that stood by it that he will never raise a hand to a woman again. A man that said, I will change, and I'd love to see this change in other men. I'll be this man to my grandchildren and start being present in the lives of my own grown children and my wife. Patrick Shayi is survived by his wife, who is now Dr. Maschaba Shayi, who studied intimate partner violence. She studied this during your presence, Ba, and graduated in your absence on the 26th of June, 2022. she attained this magna cum laude. Dr. Shayi, from your teachings, is launching the Shayi Foundation, which has also given birth to the Widows Club. In her launching this Widows Club on the 15th of December, 2022 in Kyalami in Midrand, through your teachings, her mission is to help someone overcome it. Sichaba Shayi, who is your eldest son, has birthed an organization under the Shayi Foundation, Men Different, aiming at directly addressing the issues of depression, anxiety, drugs, and suicide amongst young men in the community. And he launched this organization on the 17th of November, 2022. Tsepo Shayi, who is your daughter, has launched her beauty bar, and she's named it Ndwana 2222. The name is signified by our loss of your life on the 22nd of January, 2022. To ensure that the Shayi legacy lives on, for the free-spirited person that you were, we are also going to launch an open Ndwana 2222 pub and restaurant. Jita, your last son is standing in parliament.
Yes.
I said on the 29th of January, which marked the last day that we accompanied you to your final resting place, that I will fully commit myself to Kulumandot. And in my commitment to the organization, I have officially resigned from my employer, serving notice in my last days on the 30th of November, 2022. I have literally 6 days of employment and to fully switch my focus on Kulumandot. I am further completing my screen acting course with the Market Theatre to ensure that the Shayi name lives on in the creative space. Kulumandota is aware of GBV cases that have been reported and shown on social media, television, and cases that have been brought to our attention that seek assistance and intervention. The most recent case that Kulumandota availed itself was in Muruleng with Kgosi Pilani to bury a 20-year-old Tsepang Pitsi who was chopped in pieces and her body parts were placed in a fridge by her then boyfriend in Protea Glen, a case that was opened for none less than 10 months before we could bury her remains on the 16th of July without her torso. To name a few projects that we are currently busy with and continuously having engagements on, one are these main dialogues that we continue having. Two is the Kulumandota vehicles under Bolt services. We have identified on several reported cases on Bolt and Uber that a life becomes threatened by these drivers. To ensure safety, we have recently just bought 2 vehicles that are branded Kulumandota that are working under Bolt to ensure the safety of our women and children when traveling, be it at night or during the day. Proven to be stressful with just 2 vehicles, we intend to grow 2 vehicles to a fleet. We have ensured that our drivers have taken or gone on workshops to attend men's dialogues, ensuring that a pledge is made they will not abuse or violate any woman in the rights of their traveling from point A to point B, and also to practice this in the comfort of their homes. We will continue to gift children who have lost their loved ones due to GBV to ensure that they have what we deem a beautiful Christmas, and we will gift them with gifts and clothing. We have managed to identify these kids working in partnership with social development, SAPS, and Department of Justice. A project securing a piece of land on graveyards to place headstones on women and children who have lost their lives due to GBV. We have pitched to various channels on a program for TV that addresses the traumas suffered by children after losing their mothers to GBV, aiming to align them to their dreams and ensuring that they are catered for. We have hit a brick wall of the program not being commissioned, but we will continue to pursue. You left negotiation open with Kgosi Pilane of acquiring office space in the Northwest in Moruleng. I will be engaging with Kgosi Pilane to bring this negotiation to life, as you are direct of being available 24 hours to respond to GBV cases. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my appreciation in honoring our father like you have done, inviting and still recognizing him for his contribution to the arts and as an activist. Today is the 22nd of November 2022. It marks 10 months since his departure. And in honor of the 22nd of each day of each year, with this mantra that he left with us, I would like to say, please join me in saying Ngondo. A little bit more life, please. So I'm used to a little being in entertainment. So the stage has normally got room. So for this one, please allow me to say Ngondo. Gentlemen, Ngondo. Chomana le motho na leng Ngondo. O tla o fa advice na leng. Enwa le motho na leng. O tla o nwesa bojwala bo na leng. In Ngondo. Mojolo na leng. Thank you so much.
Tulamdana, Tulamdana, Wenukalela, Tulamdana, Wenukalela.
Mandla.
Kizindo,
Tulamdana,
Tulamdana,
oh, Tulamdana,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we wish you well on the way forward. And thank you for following in the footsteps of your father. I had an event in Kuruman, and without any invitation, he walked in and he made it a very special event. We will not easily forget him. And the fact that you are keeping his memories alive, we wish you Godspeed on that road. Thank you. We are continuing with our program, and we will now call on the Deputy Chairperson of the main sector. He is going to present the program of action, and then we will have a short discussion. We are still trying to negotiate with the NCOP chamber so that we can use it up until 1:30, because at 2:00 they must start with the plenary. So we will call now on Dr. Matume Hanaka. Doc.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Yeah, Kopan, when I represented the men's movement speaking at your father's farewell,
We did make that commitment as the men's movement that Kulumandota will not shut its doors. And we thank you for your bold step. DM, you know our challenges in this space. When this man says that he has quit his job, he has quit his job to full time, you'll never understand that sacrifice. You will never understand that sacrifice. The man has got a job, Chris. He didn't go into civil society to see if the water is warm or cold there. He's warm and he's jumping into the cold. So we really appreciate for keeping that legacy alive. And collectively, on record, I want to put it on record that men's organization must not shut its doors on our watch. If you are closing your doors, reach out. We can't allow any men's organization to shut its door. Ending GBV, it's not going to happen. We need political speeches. We need prayers, Baruti. We need history and narratives from the traditional leadership. But the actual delivery of GBV, it's an institution and institutions. And an institution, it's nut and balls, it's brick and mortar. It's organizations, it's HR, it's budgets, it's financial management, it's project design and implementation. And that requires a system. And the definition of that system is not by mistake that when we launched in 2015 under the banner of Takwani Reme, when we started the Men's Parliament program, we have a standing theme, Minister, of institutionalizing a responsive men's movement. And it's not by mistake. I know a lot of the time, every year, people want to find out what's the new theme, almost like it's a flavor of the month. We understood that we can mislead South Africans with all sorts of themes. But until we have a machinery that we can present to South Africans to say, this is our machinery as men, which are the Men's Parliament speaker, we'll just be misleading through our words. And I mean, the theory of a systems thinking is very specific. And I'll just read it, textbook definition, say, a system is a set of elements, Kulumandota, US individuals, or parts that is coherently organized, men's parliaments, and interconnected from the lowest level all the way to national, in a pattern or structure that produces a characteristic set of behaviors, often classified as its function or purpose. So we are institutionalizing a responsive men's movement. The day you want to know if we can produce our own cars in Africa, after the leadership has motivated and released us, the next question is to go look for those factories and plants. If those are not there, you know we'll never produce a car or a cell phone or whatever technology. So when we say we're going to end GBV as men, don't believe us. Judge our institutions, and those will tell you. And we've had leadership from that front that we want to acknowledge. Gosima Vuso said yesterday in his opening that President, as the former deputy then, Jacob Zuma, launched the men's sector in 2004. And then we had in 2013, President Kgalema Motlanthe launching the Not in Our Name campaign in Johannesburg Stadium. We then, in 2015, had the President of the Republic launch the Takwani Reme Men's Movement at the Constitution Hill. We have the current Deputy President
who launched at Ilembe in 2018, the Men Championing Change program. And I'm raising this history, touching on the issue of the importance of leadership, because the reason of how we got here is that we are a led movement. And we will never stop emphasizing the importance, Minister, of your leadership in this space. It plays a massive role. Maybe sometimes you might not appreciate it when you attend, but when you leave that room, the amount of work that we do, knowing that we are led, is immeasurable. Because as we are speaking now, in our program of action, we are now moving to the year of the wards men's parliaments. Because in 2018, we launched the district men's parliaments. In 2020, we launched the local men's parliaments, and to our traditional leaders who led us from the front, we launched the traditional men's parliaments. And so in 2022, now the real work starts, because that's where the rubber hits the tar. The 4,468 wards must be activated, all of them. And I'll come to your point, Ramnik, because since 2020, we've started moving in twos, and it has worked very nicely for us. I think we really need to, in that discussion, Prince, I'm not trying to influence your resolutions here, colleagues. But that sector, the post-school education and training sector, I think this year we need to move with that sector. And I'll tell you why. That's a very small group of people. I'm from that space. In my previous life, I was a student there. But I know my influence by being in that space, in my own family. The people who have gone, particularly from those of us who are from the background where you are the first this, the first that. The women and men who go into those institutions, what they say goes a very long way in their communities and their behavior. So by bringing those men in those institutions on board, our reach is going to be far-reaching. And anyway, remember what I said about us insulting and whatnot, so don't take this serious. They also bring better brains. Ne? We need brains. When I say brains, I'm talking science now. I'm talking documents, writing. Because we want ourselves on the streets. We don't have time to do all these complicated things, but we can deploy them to do that work for us. So let's look into that. But I also want to raise an issue as we go to councillors that we touched on, Speaker, yesterday. Colleagues, the role of leadership is to lead, nothing else. Nothing else. A councillor does not need to know what does GBV stand for. Let's not frustrate our leaders. Remember, there was a comment yesterday, people don't know, they must know. We are not mobilizing councillors to be experts, to know what LGBTIA+ stands for. That's not our role. We're not here to embarrass people and make them feel inadequate. A councillor has won an election and they're a leader. People have chosen them. They've done their part. They are finished with their part. The only thing we're asking councillors is to call a meeting and chair that meeting and coordinate it. There's no other skill that we want from leadership. It's our role to do that work. So please, if any councillor calls us to say we're stressing them, I will intervene myself in person. We just need leadership from the councillor. So the 4,468 councillors, I don't know if Salga is online or listening via YouTube, we are coming to your offices. We need that leadership. And just to outline the program of action in its structure, because somebody touched us working, or no, somebody in the area touched us the work now. We're going to this year, for the first time, launch officially a document in the form of a program of action.
2022-2024. That is a document that will have this beautiful English inside of it. It's the only document that we are going to have. We don't want any other documents, colleagues. Because from that document in your provinces, the only document that must be there is the plan of work, not another strategy. I think somebody lamented the issue, Shaba, I think it was you, who said we always come back and we want to talk again. So the strategy will guide the overall. So the program of work is outlining such that in your annual Men's Parliament legislature, you are just presenting your targets against your deliverable.
You gave yourself 10 minutes, it's not me.
Yeah.
You were part of the program.
So I'm just outlining, then I'm closing this part. So that is our program of action. In districts, we will meet in April, and in October, we will also deliver the targets against the deliverables. In local municipalities, we are meeting in March, in June, in September and December. We are doing the same thing with those quarterly, which means that our next task is to activate the wards, men's parliaments, and those that get activated at that level is going to be monthly reports back of the targets against the deliverables. As I go towards my conclusion, the men's charter. The men's charter is a document that I am not sure if it's ready to be adopted. We do have a draft. You have it in your devices. Some may have printed it. It's a document that requires South Africans to engage with that document, including in those ward men's parliaments. I raised the issue of the definition yesterday. It's still a burning issue, that one. Just the starting, it starts with the definition. I'll read that definition for now. The one that we currently have, it says, we have in our men's charter defined a man as he whose consciousness is a reflection of his regard of themselves as a man, as an adult male, regard for themselves as an adult male. Being a man is not a matter limited to biology, gender, sexuality, religion, culture, or socioeconomic status. A man who is productive, protective, and a caregiver in society, a certain consciousness that responds positively to matters of his society. So that's our current working definition of a man. And we need to circulate it. I won't go into the responsibilities, which is under the first chapter. But our men's parliament then has got from Article 1 and 2 that I just spoke to, from Article 3 until 23, it's got our declarations on various issues, human rights and so forth. So we also need to incorporate those and engage with all sectors of society, particularly around those declarations, particularly the women's sector. You really need to inform our charter, but the children, youth, LGBTI, all sectors of society, and of course, business as well as government. And the last part, which is the last part, is the provision, chapter 3, which has three articles, 24 to 25 and 26. And in those, it's about what I outlined, which speaks to the institutionalization of our framework. And those will be our duties, our adherence, as well as required amendments to that document. So in this year's men's program of action, as we have outlined, that we are now moving towards the wards. So we expect as you leave here, that is your immediate responsibility to activate those ward structures. But this time you'll be carrying two documents, which is our program of action 2022-2024 and our men's charter, which will be engaged with. But with the program of action in closing, Chair, we are going to be officially launching the final copy in March. So after your engagements, because we need to input what you've discussed here, included in that draft,
And in March, we'll present a document that belongs to Parliament, which will be a men's program of action. And the charter is a continuous discussion document within that process. I thank you.
Thank you. We actually congratulate the men's sector with the fact that we are at a point where the charter can go out for consultation now. The women's charter, we have consulted on the third one, reviewed it and developed it. It's there. And I think the modus operandi that we use to get to the point of the review will be a very good modus operandi we went down to the district level. We consulted the judicial review, but not judicial review, the law reform commission and all of them, the women judicial officials and all of that. We did a very comprehensive job in that consultation, and we actually came out with a very good document. So congratulations, that was one of our resolutions and it has been concluded. We are very impressed with you. We are going to allow provinces to make a statement of 1.5 minutes. Not engagement, a statement of 1.5 minutes, because you engaged yesterday twice and you ask your questions and things. At the level where we are here, we don't ask questions anymore. We come and we make statements. We will start with the Eastern Cape. 1.5 minutes. We'll see if it become 2 minutes, but you can make a statement. Eastern Cape. Stand up and speak. We know your province now. You can just say your name and continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to talk of other things, but I want to state what the men's charter says, the draft, chapter 2, article 4, stanza 1. Deputy Minister John Jeffries, you know, in South Africa, prior 1994, the death penalty, maybe it was good for other people, but to Black people in this country, it is a trauma. And Jacob Zuma and Yalus Walus can be both human beings. The Yalus Walus owes us as a country, Black people in particular. He owes us. A woman last night slept in tears. Yesterday, it was the 10th of April, 1993. I was young, but I felt the pain. And yesterday again, I felt the pain. Up until the day this justice system knows very well what it does when these prisoners are let out, then the country will be free. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get on whatever that was said here, but we are hurting. And we want to say to Mama Ani, all these men, we are with you. We feel the pain as the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I felt that day because that day was my last child was born on that day. 10 April 1993, Anthea Lucas was born. She's now Anthea Titis. Free State. Free State.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. South African Men's Charter is a draft. Is a draft that is being there for us all. It is also a tool that we can use, or a vehicle that we can use
to enhance ourselves every day. Therefore, that tool is the one that will help us or assist us to reach our goals based on men championing change. I thank you.
Thank you. Gauteng. Gauteng. Gauteng.
All protocol observed.
All protocol observed. I want to just say thank you to Honorable Speaker, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, all protocol observed. It is a great honor for me to be here. I want to say this. I want to share a story about a white woman who gave birth to 3 beautiful children. She was working in town in the Gauteng CBD at a shop selling clothes. She went into the bathroom and a man went after her and he raped her. This woman's whole life was a mess. She never dealt with it, kept it quiet. A few years later, she walks through the park, going to the shop, buying bread and milk. And as she walked, another man pulls her into the bush, rapes her. That point in time, she came home. Her women parts were hanging out, feeling lost. For years, she walked with this pain, not dealing with the first rape, but then the second rape, she couldn't hide away. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my mother. I've walked with pain. And as a young man in South Africa, I've always said, Lord, what can I do to make a difference? Violence is not the answer.
Not at all.
I'm a minister, full-time ministry, and I've taken upon myself to say it's every community's responsibility. I've taken upon myself to adopt an informal settlement, Princess Crossing in Gauteng, with Professor Mombelelo Jahasi. And we are working hard around the clock to do various of outreaches. You see, the thing is that we cannot fight violence with violence. But as men of South Africa, we can unite, because there's something that I believe as gender-based violence doesn't have the right, because it's coming against humanity. Humanity doesn't choose a side, color, race, or culture. But I also believe, as a brother standing in front of you today, love also doesn't choose color, doesn't choose race, culture. It surpasses everything. And today I want to stand here and thank all the men here. I want to give you a message of encouragement. Do not stop what you're doing. We are doing a little bit, some way, somehow. And it's such a privilege and honor to stand here in the highest house of this government, in this nation, in Parliament, having a voice for the ones who doesn't have a voice. And at that time in my life where I said, what can I do for my mother? I said, let me become a voice for those who doesn't have a voice. So you are a voice today, representing millions. I thank this house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to say men are unemployed. They need employment. Whether it's the support for them to be employed in the business sector, which is private sector or public sector, but they need the support from government. In this way, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, and all who speak in public must try by all means that after they've said all they wanted to say in public, at the end, they also mention that there are opportunities, not only for women, youth, but also for men. Because most of the time we hear at the end when they are closing their presentation or their speeches, they only say there are opportunities for women and youth. But we are saying as men here, they must also add that men also must access opportunities in different ways. Lastly, the false accusation has made us to lose many men. Therefore, we are appealing to those who are in authority to look at that more closely. The false accusation is also equal to intambo lekade khuluma ngayo ubafo. La uthola ukuthi ungathi umfana uye wazihenga intambo leyo because of the maybe the accusation that has no truth, unfounded truth. But I want to say, Chair, as I sit down, the parliament should look at those things, pay attention to men, support men, so that we will live a peaceful and an enjoying life here in South Africa. Thank you.
Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Day. As Limpopo, we say so that men's charter is going to help a lot for us as men. But we also want to indicate something so that must be taken into consideration by this parliament. Now we are going for the word as men, where I think, if I'm not mistaken, the day before we were talking about this with our leadership, civil society, that because men are down there at the ward, but we are focusing on the national and the provincial, but men are down there. So it's going to help us to fight this gender-based violence from the scratch. And one more other thing, we want to indicate to, or send this clear message to DSD. We get the best support, but we have NGOs, those who are working with men, doing campaigns. Minister, can you go and check about those NGOs, about the program of GBV, the funding that you are giving to them? It's shameful that you can fund the NGO for 16,000, you expect so that they must make campaigns against gender-based violence. Lastly, as Limpopo, we propose that this tune of violence against women and girls, let us put clear, violence against men, women, and children. Because even men are being victimized by their partners, and we say nothing. And the other message, when I'm concluding, is to send a clear message to SAPS. The Deputy Minister of South African Police was on air, taking something that, but I want to say it's clear that even men must be considered when they report the case, must be taken into considerations. And then lastly, the office of Menko Sanandlaminizoma. The challenge of Amahoshi that is there, they must be try another way not to politicize Tabamahoshi, because it's causing us as men. When we want to speak, they find so that there's Chief Khanike and Chief Ngobeni. So then I have a serious problem because I'm between those people. So then we must be free. This office of Me Kosan Dlamini department, this department must do something. They must not politicize these things for the kings. And even men's sector must not be politicized, must be the organization of all men. And regardless of any political organization,
thank you,
must not be.
Are the basic fundamental in fighting gender-based violence. When a woman, she's financially stable, she will not stay in the environment where it's toxic. So what we needed to do, let's strive to create those opportunities to save lives. Because without having a stable financial income. They are now forced to sit or to live with a man that they don't love, because they are now depending to that person for the bread. So now we need to help create those opportunities. I will appeal to all men, when we go back, let's form partnership with locals, councils, and government, so that all together we can come up with a strategy that's going to be benefit, so we can free our community from this pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Tebisile Olu and the men's sector. I wish the 2020 World AIDS Day theme can be adopted for a period of 5 years. Is one of the best themes ever, because inequality, it comes a long way. There's the first one. The second one, the province is moving for the adoption of the program of action. The province is moving for the adoption of the men's charter.
The draft, you can't adopt that charter before it is worked.
It has been there for a long time, Madam Speaker. Lastly, the province also pushes for Parliament to adopt the U equals to U. It should be a program that the men's sector should also advocate for the U equals to U. Lastly, Deputy Minister of Social Development, we are requesting we must revert back to our initial arrangement of the men championing change resources, which went to provinces. We said it's not working. We are raising it every year, it's not working, and it's still not working. So we are pleading with your ministry to make sure those resources must go back to the initial arrangements which went to SANAC, Metembi, so that if men's sector has any MCC programs, we know we follow the very same process which worked 100% for us through the office of Metembi. So that is the recommendation from the Northern Cape. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Northwest.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it's my province, that one, the second one from Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and all the protocol observed. As Northwest, we just make a submission that we encourage that all the provinces, they should ensure that they work together with the DST to ensure that we integrated in program implementation, because we cannot implement in silos. Once we integrate, then we make a motion that we should ensure that in our demand plan, we also include them. So as to make easy for them to implement their programs. And as Northwest, we have already moved step ahead with regard to that. So in terms if they want to implement the program, we integrate with them because they are in our demand plan. So if they want accommodation, whether for dialogue, whether for support, in other, it means they are covered. So I therefore request that other provinces can do that as well while we are still waiting for the institutionalizing. Lastly, we also make a submission that we need to have at least the national indicator that would be able to monitor the implementation of the men's sector, because once we have the national indicator, it means therefore that all the province will have that indicator as a customer in order to monitor and ensure that we saturate the ground, and for the impact in ensure that we fight the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Nikule Msaza. What I want to talk about is, as men, we are facing a lot of challenges. Western Cape has an influx of men, young men that are coming from Eastern Cape. When they not find jobs and face difficulties in the big townships or big towns, they leave and go to the rural areas. Where they get there, that is a challenge that we're facing. Ilali, or the village that called Utanseka, whereby 8 people were killed, is not far from where I live, from my village. Now, if you look at that situation, those are young men that have left big towns and went to villages. Now, when they get there, they are being used to dark graves. Thereafter, they are thanked by Ipekili Mkomboti. There are no programs that are made, or there is not even a time whereby I can remember, whereby young men in the village were called to Komkhulu and a program whereby kuthethwa naba bafana. Other than that, only when kukhona problem that kuzobizwa aba bafana uba ngaba babawusebenza. Mna ndifuna ukuthi urhulumente makayijonge lento yokuba ngaba le GBV yenziwa kukulamba. Umzekelo imbovane, aba bantu azimbovane ngabafana, abanye bane degrees, but basuka kwi-big townships, bambe bawulandwa kuma-Eastern Cape, baze apha eKapa bazosetyenziswa ezimbovane. Now, they're trying by all means to provide their families. So I want us to check, to look at this, that we have a problem of unemployment. And the rate here GBV is high. Ndicela into yokuba ngaba siyijonge le nto singurhulumente into yokuba ngaba makuzanywe programs, at least by now ngo-2022, abantu abafana ezilalini abanawuhlalela ukomba amangcwaba babulelwe ngeempilo zemiqombothi, baxhele inkomo, umsebenzi wabo lowo. By now befamba kukhona kwikomkhulu kukhona noba i-TLB yokomba amangcwaba, nokuba yiwadi kukhona i-TLB yokomba amangcwaba. But the question is, aba bafana xa behlele ezilalini umsebenzi wabo ikomba amangcwaba nokuxhela inkomo, yintoni in return that they are getting? So could it be not the anger that is made sithi bahlali bantu abadala leyenza le violence amongst young men? With that, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I think the gentleman was talking for the Eastern Cape. He was, yeah, I was. No, I've been mandated
I
by.
think he spoke about a general issue
Yeah.
that is in
yes,
the rural areas.
in the rural areas.
Because
yes.
even when we went to Queenstown with the Women's Charter, we found that people that are coming back from Cape Town are coming with this issue of drugs, problems and so on. So it is interrelated. Don't say he spoke for Eastern Cape, he spoke on a general issue. Say you want to speak, I will give you 1.5 minutes.
No, because they were just asking, Chair, just few things, as I've been requested by the Secretariat of the Western Cape to relay the 2 things. One, they want to extend their gratitude to the leadership for this sitting. and the plenary of government and the support. Secondly, we as the Western Cape, we are pleased with the progress made, especially now because we are moving to the wards. We would then request that the councillors at what level receive the communication of the plan so that they are aware, because the most challenge is the issue of at the ward level, they are not aware of what we are doing. So if it can be communicated prior, we approach them. But now we are also requesting that some of the issues raised here, that the government assist our leadership of the men's sector to legislate some of the things, because there are things that need the support of government. I think with those few words, we are pleased with the Western Cape, with the progress made so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will give 2 minutes to Prince Zulu. 2 minutes to Prince Zulu.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you so much, good people. The ministers, the deputy ministers. I want to touch on some few things, good people. Thank you for giving me the time. Firstly.
Fortunately, we don't have the time, so you will have to try to be within the time.
Thanks so much, Chair, Deputy Chair. About KZN, I want us people from KZN, good people. Can we go and address land of Twali, because we know ways that happening. I've addressed this issue when my father was still alive, and in my lifetime, I'm going to address it as well. Let us take by the bulls by its horn. We know exactly what's happening. I can't mention where it is, but the people of KwaZulu, men sector KwaZulu, they know where is this thing. In fact, there is a leaky siko. Yeah. There's nothing like that. The siko doesn't force things. Imkhuba yabantu. So even in Eastern Cape as well, people so don't think because that thing is not popular to your province, it does not come. People that are adapting gas every day. So instead of Twala go to Isiko, a leaky Siko, in fact, they are taking gas everywhere by force adaptation there. Lento Twala, in fact, Isiko, unesiko Twala, but not adaptation. Let me explain you. Uma uthwala isiko lokuthwala, it's when the girl ithanda indoda yayo. When someone wants to come and pay lobola for yona, ingamfuni, then iyazithwala yona to the girls zobhubayo. There's a boyfriend yayo. I don't know whether they understand it. Intombazane iyazithwala izisela kuthanda khona inhliziyo yayo, not by the people of the adopt. One day your child will be adopted by people. So we address Dr. Kulu, KZN, because we know exactly the thing is not in KZN all. It's a district, yes, we know exactly what is happening. Good people, another thing that has been happening. Ayikho ikhaya yokugqoka impahla. There's no culture. People must not come everywhere and tell us, no, it is not our culture when young girls, when women are wearing something. It is not into our, clothes was not into our culture.
Yes.
So now, good people, you must respect. Aiki culture would know it unique culture when they're wearing short things. That is not true. There's a belief, there are people that are believing to other things. So, good people, in the Bochwala, good people. This is towards Christmas, good people. Can we limit abusing alcohol? Alcohol takes money. Ugcina ungenalutho ekhaya. Unkosikazi, you know, Mama Shabani, you know, the ministers, let me tell you, there's some women here. There's some women that are married to us here. When they want money, they need to rehearse and prepare to come to their husbands. As he prepares, your wife prepares, good people, you need to start thinking about those things. And then there's
Thank you.
army.
I want to thank you,
Almost.
really, Ndabazit. We will have to, we use this culture, the Heritage Day and what. I think we need to bring you to Parliament to give us a lecture on that specific issue.
And
Yes, we do it.
one thing, good people, this thing is all everywhere. There is an army that is growing to our cities, which we call Inganze to Amapara. Men's sector, can we attend this thing of young people out to Amapara? Get involved with the people of the councillors, then how to address Lendi Amapara. I'm talking about Durban. You can't take your wife or your sister or to walk to that, even yourself. So there's an army that is growing that we don't know. Young boys and young girls, they become paras. This is your thing. You must go and address this thing to your cities. If it's not there, address it before it starts. Thanks.
It's not a joke if I say we can call the prince, because we did it in the past, to call people to speak about arts and culture. And we also had the issue of customary marriage. We had a discussion, we had that kind of discussions through our sectoral program. So we will have to call him because it's so interesting, but unfortunately, we don't have the time. Thank you very much to everyone that inputted there. We will now call on the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Honorable Maite Nkwana-Mashabane, to do an address. They say it's a keynote address. It will be the second one for this event. I'm really trying to manage the time. I don't want us to be thrown out by the NCOP.
Mayor Sylvia Lucas, presiding chair and the chair of the NCOP, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, the chief whip of the majority party in parliament, members of men's parliament, members of the NCOP, and the NA. We are all here together today to say all protocol observed. Kere kolena bana besho ga se moraba-raba ntwe. Ntwe e botlhoko ntwe. Lena ba magoshing go ya ka ditulo tša lena, go ya le ka magoro a lena, le dikgading go ya ka magoro a lena, taba ya polao ya basadi le basetsana, the murdering or killing of girls, youth, women, LGBTQIs, and all those who die when they shouldn't be dying. Let us come to this normality. for us to be seated the way we are seated now here, let's remember that the whole world, but let me start with the one home, respect South Africa. South Africa that we all belong to, that we fought for, men and women. So women also deserve, and youth deserve this freedom. They fought for freedom. Takwani rieme. Takwani rieme. I was saying to Honorable Minister of Such Development that because I'm from Limpopo, I can translate to her what does that simply mean. If Bob Marley was still alive, he would say, get up and stand up. Not men decide, women decide. But can women, youth, and girl children stop dying for having done nothing? Can we stop the killing? Can we stop the crime? Can we stop the unnecessary killing, which is gender-based crime? But can women stop dying in their bedrooms? But from their loved ones. I mean, in a bedroom, there's never a place where you feel the safest, like a sanctuary, like you feel in your bedroom. So in the world, UN talks of it talks of gender-based violence. We also an F. That F refers to femicide. When you are killed by someone who's supposed to love and protect you. So you die when you feel really very safe. I've never felt so painful. Like when women had to face gender-based violence as the whole world does, then face femicide, then face the other challenges that we go through life and COVID-19. And with the lockdown, that was when I also felt like maybe I should see a psychologist, because you will be called in, Minister of Women, when you arrive there, can the police open this door? When they kick open, the flies walk in first. Under the bed comes out the body of a woman. It's been painful. It's been terrible. So, Takwani Rime, let us work together. This is not the time to turn a blind eye. It's not a time to justify why we are unemployed, why we have these challenges and that and that. We do have economic problems, but the world is looking at South Africa to provide answers. In fact, the world is celebrating South Africa for not covering up by talking about the challenges we're facing. The world is actually pleading with us to share with them this secret we have of opening up and sharing. Our president has just presided over the second gender-based violence and femicide summit. Then, unlucky me, I was then sent with an honor to Senegal, because there was the second summit on fighting against toxic masculinity. There I was whelmed by people who thought there is a magic that will come from South Africa. I said, we don't have, we just want solutions. We are but not than 29 years old. So we need support. They said support started long ago
even before Mandela. Please help us because we can't even speak. South Africa is talking about the good things we do, but also coming out with that which is not good. So we salute you, Men's Forum, Takwani Rim. Don't stop. But please, come on, let's form partnerships. Because I said when I started, it takes two people to create one human being. It does not come, magically. So let's leave out the justifications that doesn't help. The outcome of the second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide focus on accountability, acceleration, and amplification now. So I like it because it links very well with the charter, Chairperson, that you were talking about with the Men's Forum now. Let us take the pillars which were emphasized at that summit, which was the second summit, the 6 pillars, yes, up to the municipality and explain, as we always do, that we will have pillar 1, accountability, coordination and leadership, 2, prevention and rebuilding on social cohesion, 3, justice, security and protection for all, justice for all, men and women. Response, care, support and healing to the survivors. You're a victim when you're victimized. You become a survivor post being victimized. So let's all work together to support the survivors, whether they're men or women, but majority, 99%. I wanted to cry the other day when I had the president reading out names of girl children, women who just died for being women. I don't know what other reason was it that they had to die at the summit. Now, as we bring about the report to you, to Parliament, let us also take it to our communities. Let us make sure that even though municipalities, yes, it is not the responsibility of the councillors to be experts in these things, but they need to open space so that they listen to us, listening to them. Let's all do what we are good at. I am making a call through you, Chair. Let's stop the silo mentality. Let us work together. When we do another Takwani Rim or from this Takwani Rim, let us be talking of working together, cooperation to stop this menace. What are you doing to end the gender-based violence and femicide? As Maid, it mustn't be that I look at the other to say, bring solutions. It means whether you are in business or you are in a political sector or you are in the men's sector or whichever organization you find yourself in, stand up and make sure that you make the right kind of conclusion, of cooperation and contribution. Distinguished guests, we are a few days from the launch of the global campaign of 16 days of activism. For us as South Africans, we said it's 365 days. But we shouldn't walk away from the UN 16 days of activism. This year's theme is socio-economic rights and empower to build women's resilience against gender-based violence and femicide, connect, collaborate, and contract, so that it does not become somebody's matter, but it is belongs to all of us. Then we will immediately stop this menace. We need to address the unequal ownership of economy, which is on NSP 5. It should not be that there will be poor people who are born poor and their grandmothers were poor and. Let the chain stop somewhere. Let's abrupt it. Let's abrupt patriarchy as we abrupt the inequality and poverty. Whether it's by men and women, this is a South Africa we all belong to, and we can do better if we work together. We all want to show that as we go to Johannesburg and do the expo, Johannesburg Expo in Nazareth, on women in 16 days of activism. We bring in women who do something with their lives. When we say women, we don't mean we will be looking at stores that are just women only. It can be partnership. It should be partnership. It will be absolutely nothing wrong with us working together, because it takes men and women to make a child. So let's go do that expo together and not in silos. We must hold the idea to change South Africa with both our hands. We must work to reap the fruits of our constitution, because we will be working together. We must stop toxic masculinity, because Africa wanted to stop, but they are looking at us and they're taking our on stopping toxic masculinity. This is not a fight for women only. It's a fight for men and women. It's a fight for the society. So let's work together to make it work. Let's work together to institutionalize accountability, to accelerate, to amplify efforts to end pandemic on gender-based violence and femicides. Enough is enough. Hoe lekane. Genoeg is genoeg. Women need not die. Young girls need not die under our watch. Let us all work together to make sure that no South African die needlessly. Let us stop crime. Let us stop drugs. Let us build a glowing nation, because we can. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Nkwana Mashabane. And I agree, no one should die in vain. No one should die in vain. We must make sure that we get value out of the life of our people. Thank you very much. And we will work together. We commit once again to working together to end gender-based violence. We will now call on Prof. Mbulelo Njasi. 5 minutes. Please. Okay. Yes, let me just, before we continue, NA as well as NCOP will have plenary from 2. We will excuse the chief whip now, but we also want to express our appreciation to the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus. She's been attending with us since this morning, Honorable Kate Bilankulu. There now, Prof.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to acknowledge the following organizations for supporting this sitting. NCOP, especially Office of the Deputy Chairperson, UN Women, and Azal Healthcare, Sanak Trust, and Sanak Trust. Also, we want to extend Amazu Umbulelo, we Department of Social Development, we Office ka Minister, no Deputy Minister, ngokuthi nithi bolo, Mrs. Supporter. Though ningasi fund this time, but we appreciate you. Please, let's continue to work together because we created Men Championing Change Together, and we must implement that program. National House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan leaders, organizations working with men and boys across the country. Thank you so much. I don't want to forget these ones. KwaZulu-Natal government for transporting 10 people to come here. Siyabulela kakhulu, including Northwest, Mpumalanga, ne Free State, ne Western Cape, but the Western Cape only transported 2 people to come here. Since yesterday, including Limpopo province, all of them were transported by the Limpopo government. Yesterday, there were issues that were raised here. The issue of children who are dying in initiation schools under our watch, Madod. Children are dying ngokumithiswa seat from the age of 9 to 10. It's an embarrassment. We can't be moving around the country impregnating kids. And the unfortunate part is that perpetrators are not arrested, but they are known by Department of Health. So NPA and Department of Health must do something about this. And then we talked about poverty. Poverty is becoming a social time bomb. Amadoda ahlupheka. And we're expected ukuthi sibe breadwinners. We also talked about Abo Mayor who are not participating, no speaker, no councillor in this campaign. And we need Salga on board through your office, Deputy Chair. Last Parliament resolved a number of issues, including formation of 3 champions. And I must confirm to this Parliament that we failed to establish 3 champions across South Africa. And we can't be coming here resolved all the time and disappear and come back after 2 years. We're not here kudlala ngabantu. We're not doing this for cameras. We're not stage managing gender-based violence campaign in South Africa. We also launched No Excuse campaign with SAB. And we're very clear when we're launching that campaign. So you can't come here and say the reason why abafazi bebulawa is because you're ulambile. It's because you're not working. We won't accept that. Try something else. Resolutions of this sitting are as follows. 2022 National Men's Parliament declare 2020 this time around 2022 to 2024 as the year of wards and post-school education and training men's parliaments. And this would be followed by a launch. And this will be followed by a program of action. We always launch a program of action and ministers will be invited. We also talked about men's clinics that must be prioritized. We also talked about that the fact that a men's charter must be adopted, Deputy Chair, and this men's charter must be processed through your office and office of the Speaker. and extend this process to all provincial legislatures in the country. We also talked about men's health, that we need to prioritize men's health. Oh, again, we are going to establish Shai campaign. We're going to develop Shai campaign together and readdress the issue Yama Street champions with you, Mdwana Mhle. Isibaya Samadoda. We request, about to finish, we request NCOP and Speaker's Office to institutionalize men's parliaments in provinces. Because siyangena goes the office of speaker, and none of us are undermined, but no one is giving us attention. So we are requesting your offices to assist us to call these sittings in provinces. Minister of Social Development and Deputy Minister, we are calling you colleagues, Sanitanda Noitu, Tina as men's movement, because Noitu Ningabanda dedicated to Glomzavalas. Siyacela ke next year, assist us to call a donor conference. No one is interested to fund perpetrators. Masinoka kulomnyanga, so please, can you call donor conference and showcase our work? Tina, fortunately, we have said this even yesterday, they were not beggars. If they don't want to fund us, we'll meet under the tree. But we just want to showcase our work. We'll continue to support he for she by UN Women as Eskalile to work together. We also need to formalize our relationship, DM, because I know we're working through SANAC. We want to come to your office with or without SANAC and have an agreement, especially in terms of implementing our program of action. So if not something, a balance. DM was social development. Okay, Minister of Women. Unfortunately, my mom, asinabo budlelwane nawe, and it's not right. We need to work together. We're coming to your office. Deputy Minister of Education, already your office is talking to us around issues of boys. We're coming to your office. There's an announcement that when you are done, Masitinji, amen. All of you are requested to go outside for a computer. I need a new computer. Was in term bala photo shoot, bala Photoshop. So there will be photo shoot outside. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Our SG. I will not have a lot to say because I think a lot was said. This was quite an elaborate program. Yesterday, because I was not inside here, I could count. And exactly 42 people spoke yesterday. 22 made inputs and the rest was the presenters. In fact, it was 43 with the prince. So that's why I decided I will not say a lot, but one thing that I want to say, and I've said the first thing that I wanted to say this morning about our young people, but also this was meant to be a feedback session. And if we have listened very carefully, we would have heard that we resolved to conclude the men's charter. It has been done. Our other resolution was the issue of the traditional men's parliaments. It has been done. I am mentioning it because many people come here and say, yeah, this is a talk shop. But we have talked and we have also done and we have talked again. So there is no talk shop. It's a talk workshop.
So, and I think we have established properly the role of the main sector. We are moving. We are really moving. You know, in the ANC meeting, the national chairperson, it is a person with the name of Mantaj. He loved to say that. So we are moving. And we are continuing. Yes, Yakuba. Yes, that is, but I'm also telling you what other people say. But we are moving. And I want to congratulate the main sector. Because even when we met them the first time, they were a bit frustrated that they feel that there are many things that they want to do and they don't think they are making the necessary progress. One thing that I don't know is the word of I can't. With me is I've tried and I failed or I have succeeded. But there is no such a word as I can't because it doesn't actually exist in my vocabulary. So when we were given the responsibility to assist, we went all out. And one thing about the main sector, in fact, they came with the Deputy Minister, Bogopane Zulu, and they also came with the Deputy Speaker, and then the Deputy Chairperson just joined them. So at least 3 make strong. That is one thing. Today we are in the NCOP, it was my dream. Let me tell you though, it was my dream that the Men's Parliament must come to the NCOP. Because whenever we speak, they wanted the NA chamber or they wanted the old assembly, and God came in. NCOP is here today. I'm sorry to say that I'm not making a joke out of what the tragedy that befell us with our beautiful NA chamber. But I wanted it to be in the NCOP, and today it happened. So to all of you, the ministers that came here, all our partners and stakeholders who took this thing so serious. When I saw all the people on the platform, on the virtual platform yesterday, I realized that men in South Africa is actually serious about the issues that we are discussing here. Because sometimes when you are out there and you hear all the things and you see all the things, you just have a negative perception of what men is all about. You are giving us real faith in our menfolk again. We hope that this particularly the program of going to the wards will be successful. And also the villages, don't leave the villages out, people. I went all over the country with the Women's Charter Review and also now the feedback. And one thing that we are neglecting is our rural folk. Because sometimes they cannot be connected because they don't have network and all of that things. Let us not forget about them. Let us do our best. And thank you. We feel good to be in all this. I don't want to use a negative word. We feel good to be with all of you. And when we look at the main sector, you are more diverse than any other sector. And we thank you for that. So thank you for that. So since yesterday, we had ministers and deputy ministers, and up until today, we had members of parliament, and everyone was here. And I still want to confirm that shows the importance of men in our society and in our country. Let us continue to do what we are doing, and let us make sure we build a cohesive and positive society within South Africa. Go well. Shell can't go with. We can't go with Shell. Go well. Godspeed. And also those that believe in our ancestors, they will always be with us if we are doing the right things. I love the input of Prince Zulu.
Makeba, your brother was doing very well here. I love the input of Prince Zulu because I like it that we should be grounded and that we should be reminded of where we are coming from, because there are so many fake news and things that are artificial out there that we actually forget where we are coming from. I think one thing that Mankosazana Zuma said yesterday is that Ubuntu is us. What happened to us? That we don't have Ubuntu anymore. We don't live Ubuntu anymore. What happened to our values? Not only African values, our values generally as a human being. What happened to us? Let us go out there and make a difference. Thank you very much. Remember, there is a group photo, but there is also lunch. Sibulelo, there should be lunch after the photo, after the Photoshop.
Awuvume moya wa. Awuvume moya wa. Awuvume moya wa.
Recording stopped.